Today, we celebrate certified foundational Black Americans. Today, we celebrate the one and only king of music, the greatest performer, artist, and everything in between of all time. And guess what? He ain't from Africa. He damn sure ain't from Europe. He's from right here. And we're going to celebrate it to the maximum, y'all. Happy birthday to the greatest of all time, Michael Jackson. Certified salute. Let me see them hundreds in the chat.
1, 2, 3. I want to say happy birthday to you. I want to say happy birthday to you. Yeah. I want to say happy birthday to you. I want to say happy birthday to you. And blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish, think about it, hey! Blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish, think about it, and blow out your candle, close your eyes and make that wish. Let's go! 1, hey, 2, hey! 1, 2, 3, go!
Certified salute to you, MJ. We always got your back. Damn what they say. We love you right here. And I love y'all right here. FBA Friday, certified salute. And you know it's an FBA block party. Shout out to the greatest Michael Jackson family. They hate on us, but we love us. You feel me? They talk down on us, but we always up. So at the end of the day, does it really matter what anybody says? Does it really matter what these people speak? Because the more I examine it, the more I look, the more I see, look at all that love. Look at all that. They can make all the fake documentaries about Michael Jackson. We don't give a damn. They can come up with all the fake people that turned on him when he passed away. We don't give a damn. As far as I'm concerned, they all the way out the wind with the Tethers. And half of them are Tethers any goddamn way. But don't nobody do it better than us. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to the lineage. Shout out to Indiana. Yes, indeed. Shout out to all of us. We in the building. And we about to do an FBA block party. And if you look, everybody been getting blocked. We've been shutting down all the Tethers. And we've been keeping it thorough. Because that's the only way we know how, family. Nothing but FBA lineage love in the building tonight. And I see all of y'all in the building. Much, much love. Ohio tapping in. Shout out to my Buckeyes. You already know. Listen, you only gonna get that right here on the Black Alpha Network. But we start this off with Michael Jackson. Fam, y'all remember when folks was passing out to go see Michael Jackson? Not one of these people they say is Mike every other week. There's like a new fake Michael Jackson, okay? Not one of these clones. I'm talking about the real Michael Jackson. Those who are old enough to remember when he was packing stadiums on stadiums on stadiums. People was falling out, crashing out, getting drugged out, all of the above. It was a sight to see. You had to be there. I don't care if you was 5, 25, 15, 35, whatever you were. We all know there will never be another Michael Jackson. So happy birthday to the greatest of all time. And we're going to always hold down your legacy because that's what we do, y'all. You know it. Listen, grown men passing out. You ain't lying. They always got something to say about foundational Black Americans. We understand that. But it's starting to sink in, family. There ain't nothing they can do about foundational Black Americans. So what we've been on right now is we've been telling the Tethers, we've been telling the outsiders, the ops, or whoever the hell they are, we're going to treat you just like Michael Jackson did. We're going to moonwalk on your ass. Straight to the bag, straight to the money. And everybody who doesn't like it, you get blocked. Tether got something to say? Block. Work hard, nigga? Block. It don't matter. Uber driver, no deodorant? Block. Whatever it is. We're letting it be known. We on our time and you on our time. And it's always been that way. And this is how we're going to keep it, family. Now we're moving into the era where we done checked everybody. We about to get the bag on top of that. So brothers and sisters out there been letting it be known. It is nothing but an official block party. Fam, look at the names. Look at them. Kamala, done. Fat Joe, done. Tyler, done. Barack Obama, done. Cynthia Reho, done. Bussy Rhymes, done. Joy Reid, done. Wanga, done. Akon, done. You can name more people and we fill up a whole list. But every last one of them getting their ass blocked because there ain't nothing left but foundational Black American energy. And if you ain't a foundational Black American, then you won't understand it because it's an FBA thing. And brothers and sisters ain't playing. Think we playing about this block party and find out the hard way. Shout out to the whole family. Let's go to work, y'all.
Listen, I just been having a block party all day long. I mean, if it's a British creator, block. That's been the block party.
He's still on the block party and everything, but look, they shit still coming up. And the prompts are still about us, right? But now ain't no Black Americans in the lives. And they in there discussing the Ethiopians and the Eritreans not really being Africans. Ain't that crazy? Look at the...
Listen what she said, y'all. Now they out here turning on each other. You see what happens when they ain't got nobody to hate on? When they ain't got nobody to hate on, now they turning on each other. Look what the block party's doing, as our sister just said. Now they start saying, you're not real African. You're not real African. They tried to pull that, we not African. We said, hell no, we not. Then they said, yes, you really are. We said, still no. You said we were, we ain't, we could, we should. We said never, hell no, never will be. And now they starting to say, each other aren't real Africans. You see what the block does? The block got these folks turning the other finger on each other.
Good that we're doing in the world.
We rejecting you Tethers, man. See, you African, you Britain, you Caribbeans, y'all talk so much. Now when y'all people want to get jobs, they done. We ain't messing with them. Tyler from South Africa, no, you're colored. We ain't messing with you. Cynthia Erivo, British Nigerian that played Harriet Tubman and Aretha Franklin. Now you want to play Shaka Khan? No. That girl Wang, that was the Essence. That was one of the Essence CEOs or something like that. She fired. Y'all gotta start getting it. We not messing with y'all no more, man. Y'all try to get to our shit and then be negative and mean no more. We reject y'all deposit. It's over.
So they told us the boycotts don't work. Look, nigga, the boycotts are not working. It's not working at all. And then we found out that Miss Wanga steps down, which is the CEO of Essence Fest, finally steps down, right? And this is only the beginning. See, the thing is, people don't understand how boycotts work. They thought after one day it was going to be finished. They don't understand this is ongoing. This is forever. We are doing group economics. And whether people like it or not, these things are happening. I already showed you 3 African stores that's super empty.
I'm Black American. I'm not third, first generation, fourth generation, fifth. My family has been here for 17 generations. Before the founding of the United States, my family has been here. I'm not new here. You realize that. I'm foundational. I'm Native North American.
Guys, it's working. Block season, it's really working. It feels so much better. The moment you see something that just, you're like, bro, block, keep it moving, block, keep it moving, block. Mentally, it feels great.
Yep, it's time to boycott. All the African braid shops, anything that's ran by African, it's time to boycott. Y'all think y'all slick. Y'all over there in Africa in them small little suits and them old dusty roads trying to steal money, trying to put things together, thinking y'all slick. You won't do that. What y'all think we sleep? Come on now, we're not sleep. I'll go to my own folks. I'm good. It is time to boycott. Y'all think y'all slick. Okay?
But listen, I just been having a block party.
Look at that. Them was brothers and sisters from all out the United States of America, all on the same page, all doing the same thing. Y'all see the effect of it? I'm telling y'all, put it on everything. I'm going to show y'all videos right now. They calling ICE on each other. They over in Africa getting rid of each other. They out there running folks out the paint. Now they turn all their aggression on each other because now they see the foundational Black Americans. We just ain't bothered. Okay, there's a term brothers and sisters used to say about 2002. And it was, if you're feeling like a pimp, brush your shoulder off, okay? That's how we feeling right now. We ain't got no time for they dusty, musty, and always rusty energy. We ain't got no time for they babble or they ranting. The only thing we got time for is each other. And it's funny, though, because we doing everything that America told us that we didn't do. We just keeping it in-house. Now everybody got a problem with it. Why you got a problem with what foundational Black Americans are doing? Because foundational Black Americans are out here spreading the love. Oh, I forgot. You can't say that we got some type of Black on Black crime. You can't say that because we out here Black on Black getting money. You can't come around here and say Black folks don't get along. Black folks out here holding it down. So every single thing that they've ever said about foundational Black Americans, we done ruined it. We done ruined it. And a lot of ops is getting in trouble, fam. Let me tell you how certified this is. This is about the East and the West and the North and the South. We together all across the country. This right now is galvanizing us, which is going to move us forward, family. We said, oh, they want us to be unified. We'll be unified with ourselves. They want us to practice American economics. We'll practice Black American economics. We only doing it the American way. Now everybody's seeing it because we ain't taking no for an answer. We letting it be known. What we say goes, and if you don't like it, then you can go ahead and bounce. What I say, you ain't got to like it, you ain't got to love it, but you better respect it because you damn sure can't check it. Family, let me tell you the energy and tell me that delineation ain't pulled up on their doorstep. Tell me the delineation movement has not changed the scope of America. Somebody go find Flab Joe. Somebody go find Flab Joe because about a year ago, Fat Joe, you was running your mouth. Yeah, and I'm going to go down the whole list. This is what we do. We ain't going to go back and forth with you. We ain't going to argue. We ain't going to play with you. Nope. But I'm going to tell you what brothers and sisters will do out here in the United States of America. We'll see your ass take stage and we'll get up and leave. Everybody money getting hit. Everybody losing dollars because of delineation.
This is the whole town leaving. Do y'all see everybody leaving? Look, Fat Joe ain't even this thing. Look. Everybody leaving. Damn, Fat Joe, that's up. Buffalo did you up. This is the whole town leaving. Do y'all see?
The whole town leaving, fam. Look at all them people. Fam, this ain't little. This ain't just on the internet, y'all. This man right here look like he in a wheelchair. Much respect to the brother. This sister over here look like she in her early 20s. We got some aunties and some uncles out there. We out there fully loaded, fam, standing on business. Literally standing on business. And what do you see when we standing on business right now, fam? They get up and saying, we ain't sticking around for Fat Joe. Goodbye. Now, would that have happened if foundational Black Americans was listening to all that 50-50 talk? Nope. Would that have happened 2-3 years ago? Nope. Is it happening now? Yep. Damn right. Watch the brothers and sisters. She say the whole town leaving. Damn.
This is the whole town leaving. Do y'all see everybody leaving? Look, Fat Joe ain't even this thing. Look. Everybody leaving. Damn, Fat Joe, that's up. Buffalo did you up. This is the whole town leaving. Do y'all see everybody leaving? Look.
There you go. Man, I love it, fam. You want to talk about a block party? You want to talk about being on code? Damn, it don't get more on code than that. I'm telling you, you thought it was cool. You never thought you'd see the day. You ruined the day that you would see foundational Black Americans saying, oh, Fat Joe, we remember what you said. Because if I didn't hear it, then guess what? My sister told me, and my sister's goals. So if my sister said it, it's on, we out. Okay, my brother told me, and my brother told me, then guess what? We out. Anybody who said anything about foundational Black Americans, y'all have to pay. You got to pay, fam. And this is what we doing. We going to everybody pocketbooks. They money not looking right now. They money looking real dirty and dusty, just like they underarms. You feel me? Just like they village. Fat Joe getting checked. Brothers and sisters out there blocking all of them. Remember when they would get mad at us and then they would try to block us? Now look what we doing, fam. We blocking them. And not just with they conscious, fam. We blocking their money. We blocking they come up. We blocking every single thing that they thought that they was going to do, fam. They can't go nowhere. They can't go nowhere to rap. Speaking of can't go nowhere and it's a rap, there's a lot more people out here that are trying to talk reckless about foundational Black Americans and are finding out that you can talk your talk all you want to, but it does not matter because when it boiled down to it, FBA gonna stand on FBA business. And I'm loving this block party. It's real. Delineation is real. It's on everybody's doorstep. Look at this right here, family. This is what we be saying, and we ain't playing. Brothers and sisters across Black America. Hold on. Wait a minute. Look at this. I'm just getting on right here and look what's trending. Y'all see it? Black America trending right here. Look, fam. You can't make this up. You can't make this up at all. Look right there. Black America trending. You see it. You can see it clear as day, family. This is what FBA standing on, fam. This is FBA business. So when I'm about to show you something about Black America, you see at any given moment on any given day, Black America will be trending. Adios, amigos. Adios, mutumbos. Black Americans run the yard.
Talking to that Haitian lady on his podcast about how Black Americans, we're the only people that don't have a culture, that don't have any value systems, any traditions, any taboos, blah, blah, blah. And I've watched some different takes on this, but I actually have a little bit of a different take. Okay, so my microphone just went out. But anyways, I have a little bit of a different take because listening to that clip made me realize something about the way that Africans view culture and traditions when it comes to Black people. So the reason why Africans say stuff like Black Americans don't have culture, we don't know who we are, we don't know where we come from, is because our culture in America doesn't center Africa. So what I mean by that is, if you look at like the Caribbean and South America, a lot of their culture and traditions mimic cultures or mimic the things that are done culturally in Africa, in different parts of Africa. So they've taken a lot of that African tradition and incorporated it into their cultures down in the Caribbean and in South America. So that's why they're not going to tell them that they don't know who they are, they don't know where they came from, they're lost. They're not going to say that to them because their culture, a lot of their culture resembles that different cultures in Africa. Whereas in America, as Black Americans, most of our culture, especially not mainstream culture, does not resemble anything African.
Right there. One more time, sister. Say it again. That's the point.
They're lost. They're not going to say that to them because their culture, a lot of their culture resembles that different cultures in Africa. Whereas in America, as Black Americans, most of our culture, especially not mainstream culture, does not resemble anything African. Our culture does not center Africa. I don't think that Africans can really wrap their head around the idea of a group of Black people who just came up, who came up with their own culture that's based off of their own experience and that has absolutely nothing to do with anywhere on the continent of Africa.
Damn right. That's exactly what it is. Let me translate it for the sister because she put it real elegant, and I'm going to put it real G'd up. Translation, you can't pull that African stuff on us. You can't pull that motherland continent stuff on us. You notice that the African and the Haitian and the Jamaican, they all get together, right? You notice that the Black Brits, they're always on the same side because most of those Black Brits are from the UK any damn way, all right? And a lot of them are from Somalia. So whether they're the ones who fled there or the ones who stayed there, they all have an anti-foundational Black American approach. Why? It's because they can't put no jacket on us. We are foundational Black Americans who are not from Africa. You feel me? There's been this main thing about the Black Brits and the Black Scottish people. And the Scots were running around here saying, well, we've been here for 400 years, so we kind of like Black Americans. No, the hell you not. Family, let me ask y'all a question. Have we been here for 400 years or a hell of a lot longer? And if your answer is hell of a lot longer, then that go ahead and that ends the whole equating us with the Scottish or with the British. Y'all may have showed up in Scotland 400 years ago. Y'all may have showed up in England 400 years ago, 500 years ago. We showed up here in this continent thousands of years ago. Big damn difference. So you see why you can't put that on us. And let's be real, half of y'all didn't show up 500 years ago. You showed up 5 years ago because a lot of y'all are just migrants from Africa. We built this thing. See, they can't wrap their mind around it, family. They cannot wrap their mind around the fact that you're still not indigenous to Europe. You're not. You came to Europe. We created North America. There's a big difference between the two of them. And this is what we separated. So the indigenous status that we've been here pushing, fam, I'm talking about we were here in the United States of America, right here in North America, before the dominant society, the W society, the Mayo society, or the Miracle Whip society ever existed. What does that tell you? That tells you how exceptional we are and how different we are. So you can't put none of that on us. We standing on certified business. And we've been getting rid of everybody who's been running around here on identity theft. Yeah, the block party is something serious, family. Yes, indeed. And let me tell you who getting blocked because, fam, one thing about foundational Black Americans, when we done talking, it's a wrap. And also, we remember every single thing that you said. We remember every single time you babbled, every time you ran your mouth, every time you disrespected, and we took very good notes. Hey, we took a lot of them right here. How many of y'all remember when Julio, Romero, Estrada, Pedro, Selena, Gomez, Rodriguez, Ramirez was running his mouth about us? Remember when Julio, Burrito, Taco, remember when he was running around here and he was saying things like, they freed us during slavery? Remember that one? Or how about when they said they were with us during the civil rights era? Or how about when they said Juan Crow? Y'all remember when they were saying things? Because guess what? Mr. Mutombo and Mr. Tonto and Mr. Pedro, we see y'all all as the same damn thing. Not like us. Family, we've been watching them get turned up on. And I'm not talking about in a good fashion. Y'all remember when they was running their mouth saying things like this? Look at this, fam. Mr. Pedro Estrada the 15th. He says that the Bible says a gift destroys the heart. He pulled out the Bible to try to get foundational Black Americans to put on the cape. Watch this right here.
So-called black man and you support what's happening to the Hispanics, you need to wake up. Listen, man, if you're a so-called black man and you support what's happening to the Hispanics, you need to wake up. It's not for your benefit. It's not because a white man wants to give you jobs, okay? Think about what he did to you in Jim Crow. Think about what he did to you from the 1800s, 1860s, around there when you was in slavery, when you were not, when you were in slavery, going through hell. After that, when you were still going through hell, until this goddamn day, you're still going through hell. You understand? If you look into the history of the Hispanics, listen, we wouldn't. We good. We ain't going through hell right now. Hell no. No, we living through what we've always lived through, just nowadays version of it, and we being our nowadays exceptional self. I'm tired of seeing these people try to go back in time and put our past on us to get us in the present to go help them. No, we good. You catching hell right now. You getting ran up on right now. You getting deported right now. See, the thing they don't like, family, is they always got to go back to the past when it comes to us and say, remember all those bad things that happened to you? And I answer and say, yeah. Do you see all those bad things that are happening to you right now? Don't talk about the past with my lineage when I'm talking about the present with yours. And you got a present Tom Homan problem. You got a present deportation problem. You got a present Trump administration problem. I ain't got those problems. So no, I don't want to hear about Jim Crow because you got Juan got to go. Was going through hell too. We was in slavery too. How do you think they came into this land and took over? After Hernan Cortez took over Tenochtitlan, the Aztec Empire, guess what they did? They called it New Spain. You understand? They had indigenous people and black people, guess what? In the mines. Slave.
Y'all see what he did there? The indigenous people and black people. Oh no, you on the block party too, Pedro Estrada. Yeah. Oh, we see you. We gonna call them twice because you on thin ice. What you mean, indigenous and black? Family, let me tell you something. There ain't no such thing as indigenous and black. Nope. There's only indigenous black. Put the and somewhere else. Take the and, skip, hop, jump with it, do whatever the hell you please with it. But get it the hell up out of the middle between indigenous and black. Indigenous and black roll right together like you speaking a vow. All right? I want to buy a vow. That's what it is. Indigenous and black. Ain't no and in between, Jorge. Or you trying to say that you're the indigenous person. No, we clearing all that up today. We gonna get some straightening in here. Block party in the building.
You understand? They had indigenous people and black people, guess what? In the mines, slaving to death, slaving until we died. That's what they was doing. You understand? So the same way they had you in slavery in the 1800s, slaving until death, torturing you and killing you, doing all types of stuff, they was doing it to us too. You understand? They was doing it to us too, but on a different land. It's the same enemy, same oppression. You understand? So if they doing it to us right now, guess what? They're gonna do it to you too, brother. That's why you gotta wake up, man. Don't fall for the trap. Don't be so quick to run back to Egypt, to run back to the oppressor because you think he's doing something for you. He's not doing a goddamn thing for you. He's not gonna do a goddamn thing for none of us.
Run back to Egypt? Who the hell talking about running back to Egypt? I'm going to walk back to Georgia. I'm going to strut back to Ohio. I might even stop in Honey Pass, South Carolina, or Gulfport, Mississippi, or Springfield, Kentucky. That's about it. You may have to go somewhere else. What you mean, Julio? What you talking about, Pedro? That's your people. Notice all that hidden language in there, fam. I told you about these hidden tethers. You don't want to run back to Egypt. You better go tell that to Mutombo, not us. Never.
The only thing we can do is do something for ourselves. And the best thing we can do for ourselves is serve our God and keep his commandment. Listen, man, if you're a so-called black man and you support...
That's the problem, though. Because according to your people, your God is Mr. Jethro. Yeah. So you talking to us all this stuff about Jethro, but don't you classify as white on your paperwork? Your paperwork says that you are white. Oh, so really what you're doing is you're trying to convince us, hopefully, that we can convince Mr. Jethro to be nice to you, because that's what it's all about. And let me tell you what I know for certain, family, and this is why the Block Party is so certified. Do y'all know the majority of those people that were running their mouth during that whole fiasco of the ICE raids, a lot of them are deported right now. They're not even around. Half of them people got deported. I put it on everything, y'all. They got deported. You don't see half of those influencers. Them pages have disappeared. That Tatiana chick, we seen her get snatched out the car, pulled the wig off. I'm talking about they took her wig, grabbed it, snatched it off. I seen tacos flying every goddamn where. Little 99-cent Dorito chips was in the air. I'm not lying. They got her about to pay. And they gone. And I'm going to tell you why they gone. They gone because foundational black Americans, we weren't hearing all of that chirping. Block, indigenous and black, block. You want to talk that stuff about we on the same page? Block. We ain't got to deal with nobody's energy, fam. We too certified for all of that. So we just simply blocked them. And guess what, fam? There's no unblocking when you get blocked. And also, there's no turning back when you get deported. And man, let me tell you something. Them deportation videos is heavy. Y'all seen Help Me Please last week. Wait until you see Mr. Romero this week. So for all of the Romero Estradas and Pedros, or excuse me, all the Pedro Romero Estradas, for all of y'all trying to get foundational black Americans to get on board with helping convince the white man to love you more just as much as you love him, we not get caught in your one-sided love affair with the white man. But I am going to put up the foundational black American flag, and I will block your ass in the process. Go ahead and let me show y'all what's been happening with Mr. Pedro Romero Estrada. You getting blocked too. Delineation.
David, you're funny. Go. Stand back. David, you're funny. David, you're funny. David, you're funny. Ice go home.
Necesito una orden firmada por un juez. Exactamente, te lo vamos a ver. No, porque la jueza me ha dado más tiempo hasta el 2029 para...
David, you're funny.
Are you kidding me? Who are you? Tu cumpleaños. No, I'm just asking a question.
That's fine. Mi familia tiene papeles. Mi familia y mis hijos. Por favor.
Hold your own Doritos. Hold your own nachos. Hold your own tacos. Because we ain't helping you block, Jorge.
Por favor.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
David, you're funny.
¿De dónde
Yo no
eres?
le hago nada.
¿De dónde eres, David?
Yo vengo de trabajar.
¿De dónde eres, David?
David,
You're funny.
Hey, did he put his hand on his head? You out here getting treated like a toddler, and you worried about FBA. You out here getting treated like you in daycare. You in Javier care. If you don't go somewhere with that, Mateo, you better get to bouncing. He put his hand on his head like a little kid. Don't come trying to tell me about Jim Crow. You should have said, hell no. Juan. He said,
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
Yo, David, espérate, you're funny.
¿De dónde
Yo no
eres?
debo nada.
¿De dónde eres?
Mexicano, yo vengo de trabajar.
Watch him. He got his hand on his head. You a grown man. How you got another man on your head pushing you down? He like, me from Flavia. Get the hell up out of here, Romero.
¿De dónde eres, David?
David, espérate, you're funny.
He crying.
Tranquilo, señor. Alzarte. Just put a belly. I have some belly chains over here. You gotta hold.
He crying in the car, literally.
David, espérate, you're funny.
Ha! Damn it. That's what you get. Talking about my certified lineage. Boy, we too beautiful. You better run that on somebody else. This is what I'm talking about. We in here. We run this. This is all about us, fam. This is our energy. This is our movement. Everybody's getting blocked. We ain't got no time for the naysayers. Only thing we got time for is each other. And anybody who gets in the way of that, they going Feliz Navidad on the way back to Tijuana. And everybody's going to a lot of places. You got Tijuana, you got Rwanda, you got Uganda, okay? Everybody is leaving, and foundational Black Americans are staying. See, this is the thing now, y'all. Now we in the stage where everybody's going and we staying. Everybody's leaving and we staying. So who was right the whole time? Foundational Black Americans was right the whole time. And we always right. And we going to continue to be right. And it ain't nothing good for these people. So you sitting there crying. I mean, he had his hand on his head, just snatched him up. So how good is your lineage doing right now? Why you keep trying to tell me about Juan Crow and all this kind of stuff? Because it looked like you in a bad situation, in a bad place, and can't nobody come and save you. And foundational Black Americans, like that. Hey, fam, they thought we was going to save them. You want to talk about not reading the room? You want to talk about striking out? You done went up to bat, Jorge, and you might as well had a blindfold on. You thought it was a taco and not a baseball, and you swung and missed, because this ain't the generation where anybody's going to come and save you. This ain't the generation with capes. This ain't the generation that we's all got to get so long. Nope. This is the generation with foundational Black Americans are saying, hold your own NUTs. And if you don't like it, block. And fam, we've been blocking the hell of a lot of people. Let me show you this other individual that foundational Black Americans got this person fired. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Did y'all see Joy Reid come out? Oh, man. Joy Reid don't know what to do. She don't know where to go. Joy Reid is having a hard time coping with the fact that can't nobody get her hired anymore. But watch her come out and do the whole, she says she's DEI, affirmative action, all the things that she got off the backs of FBA. And FBA been calling it out the whole time. So add her to the list. That's someone who is officially, certifiably been shut down.
As many times as I have been called DEI or an affirmative action baby and all that, you know what I never get? Mad. Because I actually am very much in favor of DEI. I don't take that as an insult, because I understand that that means that I'm just damn excellent and innovative. And yeah, I am DEI. I'm bringing diversity, and that's bringing something great. You're not insulting me. If you say, oh, you're an affirmative action person that got into Harvard, I'm like, yeah, I got into Harvard with affirmative action, and Yale, and Brown, and also, Vassar, and the University of Denver. As many times as I have been called DEI or an affirmative action baby and all that, you know what I never get? Mad. Because I actually am very much in favor of DEI. I don't take that as an insult because I understand that that means that I'm just damn excellent and innovative. And yeah, I am DEI. I'm bringing diversity, and that's bringing something great. You're not insulting me. If you say, oh, you're an affirmative action person that got into Harvard, I'm like, yeah, I got into Harvard with affirmative action, and Yale, and Brown, and also, Vassar.
And you got out of MSNBC because of FBA. So how did that work out for you? Not too good in the hood now, did it? Y'all see? She's admitting what we've been saying the whole damn time. She's a tether who came over here and got all those things based on the fact that foundational Black Americans put in that work. And instead of her coming over here and playing the position she needs to as a tether, she wanted to speak on our behalf until she got fired. And now she is the laughing stock of everything and everywhere, and she can't go anywhere because nobody likes her. This is what it is. And family, if you read what they saying about Joyless, it is absolutely pitiful. Look at some of the stuff they saying about Joyless Reid, family. Oh man, I'm gonna tell you right now, you can't make this up. She is out here getting destroyed. I'm talking about destroyed. Nobody likes her. Joy Reid lost her audience and show for a good reason. This is it. She's a deranged extremist who uses her skin color as a tool. What a pathetic woman. Oh, them conservatives are all the way on her, family. Look at this right here, clowning her. Hard pills to swallow. Another person's psychosis is not a phobia. Yeah, they going all the way in on her right here. And then they had to pull this out right here, family. Look at this. We delineate from these tethers, and this is the reason why. Remember when she was running around talking that? Well, this is what happened to you, Joyless.
My show had value, and that that what I was doing had value. And in the end, I'm sorry, I try not to cry on TV, and I think this is kind of like me on TV, so I apologize. And then it mattered. I see Karen is there, and she's been texting me as well.
Y'all see she messed up? She said, I try not to cry on TV. You ain't on TV. You on the Zoom chat because you got fired from TV, Joyless. Look at that. Look at that right there. So how all that DEI stuff work out? You a DEI hire, and I'm a DEI deport every illegal individual, and you still ended up doing that right there. So it didn't work out too good for you, did it now?
That what I was doing had value. And in the end, I'm sorry, I try not to cry on TV. And I think this is kind of like me on TV, so I apologize.
It's kind of like being on TV. No, the hell it ain't. Zoom and national syndicated television is not the same. Fam, did we take these people from television to Zoom chats? Did we make a tether go down about 3,000 steps, 52 notches, and now she's on Zoom trying to react it? Yeah, the hell we did. You better take that back to Congolese because you can't get none of these. And you better hold your own NUTs because I know you got some.
And then it mattered. I see Karen is there, and she's been texting me as well. And so what I will just say is that in the end, thank you.
You got her a napkin. Look at that, fam. This is what FBA did that. Look, and here Tether himself. He said, here goes a napkin. Those FBAs got me fired too. I used to have a job at a school. Now I hand out napkins to tethers like you. I went from school to napkins for you. FBA is cruel, but they do what they do. You damn right we do. Look at them. We got these tethers dishing out napkins for their tether tears. Easy.
Where I land is that the moment of guilt that I felt, that I went hard on so many issues, whether it was the Black Lives Matter issues of
non-FBA,
a young baby or a mom or dad that was killed, or when we opened up people's eyes to the fact that Asian Americans were being targeted, and not just Black folks.
Fam, things they trying to put on Black Americans.
Folks that, or went hard for immigrants who've done nothing.
Exactly. There you go. Went hard for immigrants. There you go. So all that DEI talk, that's exactly why we ended it. And by the way, did she say where she lands? Hold on.
Killed, or Black Lives Matter issues. The moment of guilt that I felt, that I went hard on. Where I land is that
where you land is on Zoom. That's where you land, crying just like that. And we did it, fam. This is what it is. The talk is not going on anymore. There's no more back and forth discourse. We shutting all that down. And you got a bunch of tethers running around here still trying to get foundational Black Americans on board with this go back to Africa. Y'all still African. We all's African. No, the hell we not. No, the hell we not. And that's the thing that bothers them the most. They don't like the fact that that African stuff is over. All right. Understand this. The dominant society, as we know, spent millions of dollars trying to put African on FBA. And foundational Black Americans, we threw all that back. So now we've created a world where Africans have to be Africans. You should love it. That's your homeland. Why are you mad? Fam, Black Americans, we're going to continue to be Black Americans, and Africans are going to continue to be Africans. Now you got to be African. You can't ride my coattails no more. You can't get in on DEI in affirmative action. You got to be from the Congo. You should love being from the Congo. Notice there, fam, she did that whole speech, but she never brought up that she's from the Congo. Bring up the Congo because that's where you from, Joyless. Put it on the line. So Africans now have to be Africans. Mexicans have to be Mexicans. The indigenous are us. $2 Tonto are them, and they getting exposed. Look at this right here, family. This is what we mean by these people swearing to try to put African on us. But you notice, y'all, it ain't landing and it ain't taking off because nobody's buying it no more. Watch this.
Black Americans are not that far removed from Africa, okay? We are not that far removed from Africa. It's the reason why I'm very cautious not using the phrase 400 years, because that's often used to justify how we're not African, that we're far removed from Africa, and that Africa is a distant memory. I need people to understand that the transatlantic slave trade in British North America and then the United States lasted for nearly 200 years. From 1619 all the way until 1808, where it was illegal to import enslaved Africans directly from Africa, but you still had 52 years of enslaved Africans being illegally imported from Africa into the United States. And that doesn't even include the enslaved Africans that went to other colonies in the Caribbean, in Latin America, and then were transmitted to the United States. We've all seen this map in our history books, our college books about the transatlantic slave trade. We've rarely seen this chart in our classrooms and in our courses. And this comes from Slave Voyages, an actual slave database that...
No, damn that, partner. See, they don't like the fact, fam. Don't none of that hold no weight. Ain't nobody standing on that. Ain't nobody going for that. Let me make this crystal clear for you, for the world to hear. Everything he's saying right now was straight up cap. It's all flop. It don't hold no weight. Don't nobody believe it. And I got some certified brothers and sisters who are out there checking dude in the process. All that talk that he's talking right there about these slave voyages and all those things, he's leaving out the fact that he's talking about a very, very small percentage of African slaves, and they went to South America. They don't talk about all the people who were already here. They don't talk about the people who were here and multiplied way beyond what those little small group of slaves that they brought over could even produce, partner. And I don't think this man's FBA, to be honest with you, partner. So this goes to show you as well. The more they talk this talk of African this, African that, the more foundational Black Americans are being seen as indigenous because their story don't add up.
Tracks the transatlantic slave trade, not just in the United States, but everybody who participated in it. The number of enslaved Africans imported into the United States peaked in the 1790s to the 1810s, and then you had a couple thousand that came in when it was illegal in the 1820s. And
thank you. You just did it. Thank you very much, Tether Man. You just made my point. So basically, you're telling me that that percentage you just said could never equate to how many people were here. Because you didn't say millions, but there were millions here. So if you're talking about that percentage, that proves my point that there ain't no way in hell it could have been us. So again, y'all see how these tethers are out here doing the easy work? You see, fam? Even when they think they cooking, they really not. Even when they think they bubbling, they really not. They falling fast in a hurry. And foundational Black Americans' indigenous status remains supreme.
In the 1830s, we're talking about barely 200 years ago. My great-grandparents were probably born around the 1890s to the early 1900s based on what I've tried looking up.
We're probably, fam. Did he just say his great-grandparents were probably born in that time frame? You ain't no Black American talking like that. What you mean probably? And then you say the 1800s. It's not like you're talking about the 1600s. The 1800s is not really even that long ago. So how the hell you don't know when your great-grandparents was born? I showed pictures of my great-grandparents right here on this broadcast. You see, the more these tethers talk, the more these tethers start babbling, the more these tethers don't make no sense, and the more it's solidifying what we already know. Keep on doing the work, you undercover Mutombo.
I am to my great-grandparents as my great-grandparents are to the importation of enslaved Africans. We are not that far removed from Africa. Why do you think we still have hoodoo or the Gullah language, the food that we eat? It's because we're not that far removed from Africa.
Wait a minute. I thought that they all said that we lost all of our African culture. Wait, you're flip-flopping. You're flip-flopping, undercover Mutombo. Now they're trying to say things like, how you think that you knew all these things? Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, they're going to say, y'all were stripped of everything. You didn't know who you was. So 1 minute, we ain't know who we was. And then the next minute, we do know who we are. How about this? Foundational Black Americans are the indigenous certified Black Americans. And we ain't got nothing to do with Africa. And you ain't nothing but an undercover Mutombo who's trying hard as hell to get me to put on a foo-foo jacket or a Jollof jacket and it don't fit. How about that one? Poking holes in everything.
We are just as African, and our Africanness, our Africanity manifests itself in a different manner, a more Americanized manner to adapt to the environment that we live in. But at the end of the day, we still African. Black Americans are—
I'm gonna need your hairline to manifest in going forward and not leaning and going backward. How about that? But fam, easy work. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing, fam. That don't even hold no weight. That don't hold no weight at all. Ain't nobody going for none of that. And I can go right now, go get you some brothers and sisters that'll shut all that down. Shut all that down real quick. That don't go nowhere. If you notice, that's why he was sitting there stuttering and he was fumbling and bumbling, because that isn't working anymore. All of that African numbers and they came here, but they ended up with these many Africans. That's not really working. Brothers and sisters aren't going for that no more. Now you're starting to see brothers and sisters simply poking holes in that, and brothers and sisters are simply exposing it. So this is why he's frustrated. This is why he ain't really getting his words out. He couldn't even tell us when his great-grandparents were born. He doesn't even know that. So wait a minute. You don't know when your great-grandparents were born, but yet you know when the slaves came and how many came? That doesn't compute, all right? We have intellectually destroyed these people. And the whole Africa, our Black Americans, that has been ruined and destroyed, and there's no going back. I'm going to tell you now, y'all, the indigenous nature of foundational Black Americans runs everything. That is what is becoming the accepted law. And it doesn't matter whether they want it to be. It's a matter of what we say. Because quite frankly, there's just too many certified brothers and sisters who know the real deal and know the history. And this is what I'm talking about right here, family. Notice all that stuttering and that fumbling and that bumbling that he was just doing. Notice this sister right here. She ain't doing none of that. Because when you got facts on your side, you let it ride. Watch this.
I feel no connection to the so-called motherland because the motherland is not the motherland of foundational Black Americans. Tell me this. Africa was 90% colonized by the late 1400s, 90%. And yet the tribes there never lost their native tongue. It went through generation to generation and they still have their native tongue. Now, they tell me why. If we were truly from Africa, why wouldn't we still hold our native tongue? We were colonized just like Africa was. Only difference is Africa, they welcome in their oppressors. They married them. They lived.
Stop. Let her cook, but I can't because she's cooking. I got to freeze that point. Talk your talk. Listen what that sister just said. Oh, Tethers, you easy work like a part-time job, okay? Tethers, you going out of style, you going out of business. Do y'all see 40 seconds in to this clip That sister destroyed everything the Tether babbled about for 6 minutes straight. I had to cut his stuff in half. He went on, stuttered all the time. Fam, when he first started talking, his hairline was on top of his head. By the end, it was on the second roll on the back of his neck. All right? And I had to cut it off because he was just doing too much, and I wouldn't do that to the family. This sister destroyed all of that in a matter of seconds. She didn't even get to 60 seconds, which is a minute yet. You're right. She ain't even cooking. She baking. She done put this man and all that Tether babble in the oven on 350. You see how it is? Good point, sister. What about all the lingo? What about all the words? How come when you start talking about them getting colonized, they lost their native tongues? How come we ain't got them same tongues? You notice, fam, they always try to use, what language did y'all speak? What language was y'all speaking? Well, if we were Africans that came from Africa, we would still have those languages. If it's only 400 years ago, you don't lose native tongues in 400 years. Let me make this clear. So you prove my point, Tether, is that the fact that we run around here and we speak the way we speak and we don't have all those little native tongues from Africa, doesn't that prove that we ain't from Africa? The native tongue's the last thing to go. And perhaps ours never left because we never had it. Easy, easy, easy. Sister, go ahead, put that 350 back on them.
If we were truly from Africa, why wouldn't we still hold our native tongue? We were colonized just like Africa was. Only difference is Africa, they welcome in their oppressors. They married them. Woo! They lived in their homes with them. Damn. They were accepting of them. We fought. We did not want to give up our land rights. We didn't want to give up our individualism. We didn't want to give up our way of life. And they enslaved us. So why is it that if we were from Africa, did we not maintain our native tongue like y'all did? If we really were from there. I feel no connection to the so-called motherland.
Damn. Whoa. Slow down, sister. You're murking them. Good point. Good point. One of the things that they always do whenever they talk to us, they always start saying things of, well, what language did y'all speak? Well, the very fact that foundational Black Americans did not carry one or two native languages from our years here, because let me tell you, we were here for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you know how many tribes that we had here in North America from being here for hundreds of thousands of years? Fam, let me make this clear, okay? They didn't have Western Union back then. They didn't have Cash App. They didn't have cell phones. So if you are somebody who's indigenous to, say, Ohio, you didn't necessarily know the people in Georgia. The people in Georgia didn't necessarily know the people in Mississippi. All of that interconnected stuff, that didn't happen until the colonizers showed up. That didn't happen until they started bringing over that small amount of slaves. Anytime before then, there were people scattered all throughout the United States of America. And there were a hell of a lot of indigenous people. What you think? There were 5 indigenous tribes here? No, that's $2 Tonto. How you know $2 Tonto be lying is because you're talking about you were indigenous to the United States of America. You were indigenous to South America, but y'all can only name me 4 or 5 different tribes. Do you know how many we had? Family, I want you to go back 80,000 years ago and think about the people who were here for 80,000 years. Do you think that all of those people had direct contact with each other? No, but what they were millions of people who were living right here on this continent, which further proves our point of indigenous status. They weren't picking up the phone and saying, hey, man, where you at? Man, I'm in Alabama. Where you at? Man, I'm way out here in California. That's what's up. No, you go that way. I go this way. Chances are we won't ever even see each other in our life. But you know what we got in common? We both indigenous to right here. That's what it is. It ain't no different than we got brothers and sisters here in the United States of America right now from the East Coast to the West Coast. Only difference is we got a phone today. And I can call you up. I can do a roll call right now, and I'll see every single one of y'all, and we'll know exactly where we are. But just because we can't call each other, does that mean that we ain't in the same place? No. I don't give a damn about a phone. I don't give a damn about contact. We were all through the United States of America, all throughout the Northern Americas and the Western Hemisphere. And foundational Black Americans, we had a multitude of different languages. The reason why one didn't exist, when they say, what did you speak? You say, what did we speak, as if we had one. Okay? You know how many native tongues there were for people who were here for 100,000 years? Think about this, fam. 100,000 years ago in plus, and then millions of people way before there was an actual country. Do you think they all had one language they spoke? Or do you think they spoke every damn thing because there were so many of us? That's what it is. And they know it. And this is why we destroy it. And that's why that sister destroyed it. She made a damn good point. Maybe in Africa, y'all may be walking around here talking about a native tongue, but the reason why we don't have an African native tongue, because we ain't come from Africa. So you did all the work for me. I should buy them a big ass bottle of champagne or some goat milk with some Jollof, because it sounds like that's really what they need. That's really what they need, because we out here putting in work, family. So no, if you want to talk about the native tongue of people here, you go ahead and look at the probably 100,000 different tongues in which they spoke. It wasn't just one. And this shows you, again, we as foundational Black Americans, we know who we are. Do they know who they are? Do they understand where they came from? Because I got a real strong feeling, family, these people couldn't pick their own self out of a lineup, but FBA can. This is how we doing things. Shout out Beverly. I see you, sister. Much respect. Check this out, fam. This is what I'm meaning when I tell everybody that we are standing on business and we know exactly what's going on in the world today. And it's the world that they don't get it. Yep, Block Party USA. I see you. There they go. Watch this, family. More brothers and sisters destroying the tethers in 2 damn seconds. You can't make it up.
Clear. Natives are not Indians. Natives are white people and Siberians acting like us. Woo! This is a copper necklace. Copper necklace. I'm a copper woman. They're not copper. This is copper. They're not copper beings. We are the copper people. Y'all are hiding us. We're the Indians. The natives are not Indians. Those are white people. Those are settlers. Those are Siberian dogs. Let's get this clear. Natives are not.
Damn. Remember, family, there's a big difference between native and indigenous. Native just means that you were born here and you're from here. Somebody could come here right now. A second generation could come here right now. A second generation tether. And technically, they are native because they came here. However, indigenous means you've been here. There's a big difference. So we're very, very good with our lingo right now, y'all. We're not running with I'm going to tell you what we are. What we really are is natives. See, native just means anybody. Anybody could be a good old native, but can't everybody be indigenous or foundational?
Indians. Natives are white people and Siberians acting like us. This is a copper necklace. Copper necklace. I'm a copper woman. They're not copper. This is copper. They're not copper beings. We are the copper people. Us. We're the Indians. Natives are not Indians. Those are white people. Those are settlers. Those are Siberian dogs.
What time it is, family? Run the show. That's what it is. So we have created a gang of energy. And this is why brothers and sisters, they was like, yo, block them too. They can get that block work. Anybody get that block work. Anybody can get that block work, y'all. Anybody can get it. And the thing is, fam, is that when we block individuals, remember, we win. Because we're foundational Black Americans who are indigenous, and we are the ones who cannot be deported. We've already won this before anything got started. See, it would behoove you to go back and forth with somebody who does not exist in your presence, somebody who can't stand next to you, someone who's not exceptional like you are. You understand? This is what we're doing. We letting it be known. Again, y'all leaving, we staying, okay? You came over here just to leave from over here. And by the way, remember we just showed everybody their condition? And we were talking about how bad things are going. And we were talking about how Donald Trump is pulling up on these people and ICE is snatching these people up. Again, you make all those videos trying to prove your identity theft towards foundational Black Americans. Well, I got a little video for you, okay? And add this to my block party, okay? So we're going to add this to the blocking. You want to see some block party energy? Well, let me show you some block party energy, okay? I'm going to show you Tonto getting ran up on the reservation. Y'all know about those wildfires that are going on out there on the West Coast? Well, I said, yeah, there's some firefighters, but guess what? Those firefighters who happen to be Native Americans, well, we're going to pull up on them and we're going to start arresting some firefighters. So how did all that native work out for you? Native is getting deported. Indigenous is throwing a block party. You see how we win? I do. Watch this. Here we go, y'all. This shows you what we already know. It's going down. ICE is ramping up.
Thomas Holman said that there will be a ramp up of immigration and custom enforcement operations in Chicago right after Labor Day. He said we're going to see a ramp up of operations continue in New York, operations continuing in LA, Portland, Seattle, all these sanctuary cities that refuse to work with ICE, where they know public safety threats are being released every day into this country. Holman also confirmed that there are discussions being had about ICE using a naval base north of Chicago as an operations center. Looks like you need to get ready, Blue Cities, because ICE, they seem to be coming, whether you want them there or not.
During the largest active wildfire right now in Washington, the Bear Gulch Fire, multiple firefighters were detained by ICE, with many of them consisting of Native American nations. Members of the Umatilla, Cayuse, and Walla Walla nations were detained in a group of 20 firefighters doing their job and protecting their community. Within the group, 2 firefighters ended up being arrested and taken away. With the fire nearing 10,000 acres with barely 15% and lots of fuels to cover that ground, this poses a very real threat to the surrounding communities. Instead of protecting the community and making that the primary focus, the federal government deems it okay by taking firefighters away from a fire, extending the shelf life of that fire and the risk it poses to the surrounding communities.
Yeah, we got forward by ICE.
Live footage, family. On Tuesday, we told everybody that they was getting snatched up by ICE. And on Friday, here's the footage. Even when you're a firefighter, ICE is still pulling up on you. So I guess ICE could put out the fire. Who knows? You tell me.
Fucking crazy, dude. We got members from the tribe of Umatilla, Cayuse, and Walla Walla. This is fucking crazy, man. Look at that. Post it up. We have a different crew over here. And I guess La Migra. This is fucking crazy.
Boy, they on them. Look at the ICE agent right there. They done pulled up on them quick. D-Zam. Oh, it's going down. Good to be indigenous instead of native, ain't it?
Oh, they're discussing about fraud hours.
Thomas Holman.
There you go. There you go. You see it. I see it. We see it. They getting deported. So let's get this straight. You have a fire that Native Americans are helping fight. ICE said we'd rather let the fire burn so we can go arrest them. So ICE pulled up on Native American firefighters, snatched them up, and said, you still getting deported. So you couldn't even be safe in that scenario, but you got time to make a TikTok video about me? You blocked. Get on out of there. You're blocked, and let me know how all that firefighting stuff works out with your deportation process, okay? How about that one? It's easy, fam, when you foundational Black Americans. It's easy when you run things. It's easy when you us. It's easy to be exceptional. I know they may not get it because, you know, they come from failed homelands. Basically, fam, this is the great homeland that we built versus the failed homeland that they couldn't build. And that's really what's been the whole issue the whole time, right? It's always basically been the individuals who cannot build their homeland versus those who have built theirs. And that's where the underlining, and I can't really even say underlining, I would just say that's where the jealousy comes from. It comes from the fact that you can't build nothing. And then when you can't build nothing, man, let me tell you something. That gives you a certain amount of hatred in yourself that you have. But have y'all seen Tom Homan lately? Have y'all seen Tom Homan? Family, Tom Homan been walking around here with this big ass smile. Tom Homan is happy as hell. He got this big grin on his face. I'm talking about he looks extra happy and satisfied. Why does he look extra and satisfied, fam, and happy? It's because he understands ICE is about to get ramped up. We really broke the story. If you really want to go there, right here, we all broke the story that this whole thing going on with crime in Chicago and New York and DC, that is more of a front so they can send in ICE to rid these people of their sanctuary status. That's really what it was. This is why, if you've been watching, you've been seeing ICE agents run up on people everywhere. Look at that, fam. You got ICE running up on Native American firefighters, and all those tribal passes just ain't working. Okay, Donald Trump right now is saying, to hell with your pass, to hell with your sanctuary city. He's found a way around the sanctuary status, and he said he was going to. He said it. And they're now they're going to go fight crime in Chicago to fight crime in New York as a means of running up on illegals. It's a play that they've been doing, and we were the main ones really calling it out. And if y'all look, Tom Homan been happy as hell. And watch this. Watch this. Tom Homan drops a few statements in here. Y'all gonna hear, and it's gonna be very similar to what we've been saying because we're always right. And all those people who are getting deported, I can't help you. You've been on thin ice with ICE, and now you blocked by FBA. It's a block party, fam, and we just enjoying the show. Watch Tom Homan right here. Look at him. He's smiling. Look, fam. This man ain't even talked yet. He ain't even said a word yet, fam. He coming down there just grinning because he know he about to say something. New details on possible federal takeover in Chicago. Watch this right here. Tom Homan is smiling. That is a happy man because he know he about to start doing some deporting. Watch this.
Tom Homan says the planning is still being discussed. However, a large contingent of ICE agents will be sent to Chicago after Labor Day.
We don't want the bad guy to know what we're sending. It'll be a large contingent.
A reference too from President Trump on Chicago crime as he posts on social media today, in part saying, quote, "The people are desperate for me to stop the crime, something the Democrats aren't capable of doing. Stay tuned."
We've been seeing the governor of Illinois parading out there saying that there's nothing wrong with Chicago. It's a great place to live. There's no crime there.
The military base at Great Lakes, according to this email obtained by NBC5, notes that 3 federal agencies, including ICE, may be housed at the base for a mission focused on downtown Chicago area from the 2nd to the 30th of September. And there is a potential to support National Guard units.
People are incredibly fearful. There's a lot of anxiety. It will only incite chaos and it will not drive down violence.
Mayor Johnson's chief of staff and other city leaders offered updates to reporters and aldermen today. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling spoke on the online briefing.
The Chicago Police Department does not, cannot, and will not interfere with the work that federal agents are doing.
Stop. Whoa. Look at that cop. He getting on code. He understand. That cop's like, nah, I ain't got nothing to do with none of this. That cop falling back. Remember all that stuff Brandon Johnson was talking? Remember when Brandon Johnson was like, come on to Chicago, we gonna see about it. Nah, look like you about to see about it there. Listen, that damn cop came out, and what he's doing, he protecting himself. He like, yo, we ain't gonna get in the way. Not the federal agents. Y'all remember when Trump got elected and they were running around saying that they were going to stop federal agents? That is by definition a sanctuary city. So you mean to tell me in a sanctuary city, they're saying they're not going to interfere with federal agents? That means they're giving up. That means Julio's in trouble. That means somebody getting deported. That means Trump has won. So is this more about us or about them?
Focused on downtown Chicago area from the 2nd to the 30th of September. And there is a potential to support National Guard units.
People are incredibly fearful. There's a lot of anxiety. It will only incite chaos and it will not drive down violence.
Mayor Johnson's chief of staff and other city leaders offered updates to reporters and aldermen today. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling spoke on the online briefing.
The Chicago Police Department does not, cannot, and will not interfere with the work that federal agents does not, cannot, and will not interfere with the work that federal agents are doing.
Oh, it's over now, Julio. Julio about to go home. Julio about to go home. You gone. Bye, Julio. Okay, I'm saying this ahead of time. You about to be gone. And if y'all notice, though, they tell us about it being about just crime in Chicago. Let me make this clear, okay? You're still dealing with race soldier supremacists, so there will be situations in where they engage with black folks. But like I tell everybody, black folks, we used to doing all that. We understand what it is. We good. Our lineage, heritage, and culture, we know how to deal with race soldiers. Do you, Pedro? Because I was just showing Pedro right there, and he was crying, spitting, upset, breaking down into tears. It's clear that they can't handle punishment from white mommy and daddy. White mommy and daddy makes them cry. That's why you see all the deportation videos. All the men are crying. I've yet to see a video where a foundational Black American is crying. I've seen young foundational Black Americans who are teenagers. They don't cry. Why are you crying? You 46 years old, Julio. You've been in America for 30 plus years, Julio. Why are you crying? Because you feel like you've disappointed mommy and daddy, because deep down inside you have a fetish and an impulsive obsession with white people. And when they yell at you and deport you, you feel like a bad little Pedro. That's really what it is. So we're going to engage with them because you're still dealing with the system of supremacy, but we're going to be all right. But what I'm seeing is that is more of a sidebar. What the main course is immigration. Notice, y'all, if they're coming to Chicago to go after Black people, like a lot of the liberals are telling us, then how come they keep talking about sanctuary cities? Because sanctuary cities need not apply to Black crime. So are they telling us without telling us that this is truly about illegal immigrants? And are we, as certified Black society, connecting dots that the mainstream media is not even connecting? Notice that, y'all. You're going to hear all these people on the Democratic side, and they're going to be saying how this is about going after Black people. But when you listen to Tom Homan, when you listen to that police chief, when you listen to Brandon Johnson, when you listen to Donald Trump, they keep mentioning words like sanctuary city and illegals and ICE. What does ICE got to do with us? What does sanctuary city got to do with us? It sounds like the real deal is illegal immigration. It sounds like the real deal is this sanctuary status getting stripped. When has Brandon Johnson ever gave a damn about Black Americans? You knew this was about sanctuary status and protecting illegals soon as Brandon Johnson came out. Because let me tell you something. If this was really about Black people and Black crime, Brandon Johnson would be on the side of Donald Trump. Brandon Johnson would throw a press conference, he'd shake Donald Trump's hand and probably give him a big old hug. And knowing Brandon Johnson, he'd probably get on both knees as well. You know what I'm talking about. If this was really about protecting Black people, Brandon Johnson would be on the side of the National Guard. He wouldn't mind if there was a National Guard, the Marines, the Army, and the Air Force, because Brandon Johnson's a tether who doesn't like Black folks anyway. So the fact that you see Brandon Johnson so hell-bent on stopping Donald Trump from coming to Chicago, you know it's really about illegals, don't you? You know this really has very, very minor to do with Black Americans. This is more so about Pedro getting snatched up. And to be honest with y'all, let me tell y'all one thing. Y'all see the point? Yes, indeed. You really think Brandon Johnson would be this upset if it was about Black people? No. But remember, and people thought we was playing, remember when Tom Homan got on stage at the convention and he said that he was coming to Chicago and they thought it was a joke? Let me go ahead and say this, family. They were telling us that we were going to get deported when Tom Homan was warning them. And the fact that y'all want to worry about Black people, now you got to worry about this. Tom Homan said it 6 months ago.
Brenda Agua, your days are numbered. My gang's bigger than your gang, and we're going to take you out of the country. We're going to port you out of here. Who do you think you are, coming to the greatest nation on earth and victimizing Americans in this country? Your days are numbered. You're number one on the list. MS-13, you're right behind them. To the sanctuary cities who want to attack me every day so you can put roadblocks up, you're not going to assist us. Shame on you. Shame on any elected representative, any congressman, council person, any mayor, any governor who don't want to remove public safety threats from your community and they're here illegally. That is your number one responsibility, is protect your communities. So if you're not going to do it, President Trump and ICE will. The mayor of Chicago, not a real bright guy, says Tom Homan isn't welcome in Chicago. Well, guess where Tom Homan's going to be day one? Chicago, Illinois. You don't want me there? Come get me. The people of Chicago have spoken. I went there a few weeks ago. The Black community's upset.
Whoa! Wait a minute. This ain't what they've been telling us for the last 3 weeks. The Democrats have been telling us for the last 3 weeks that this was all about Black people and it's crime. And we told y'all was next. If you just go back and you look at receipts, the power of receipts. The man got on stage and said it in front of 320 plus million Americans. And he said, I'm going to Chicago to stop the sanctuary status. Now, Fast forward to this moment. He said he's going to Chicago to stop sanctuary status. He said he was talking to the Black Americans in Chicago way back at the convention. Now he's saying that he's talking to the Black Americans in Chicago at this very moment. So all you got to do is use the power of technology and you will find out that they've been planning to go there to get Julio the whole time. Despite what the news says, despite the fear mongering, despite rolling beep, 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 Applebee's Martin, this is about Julio. And we done blocked Julio, so we won't be hearing you nor helping you.
The people of Chicago have spoken. I went there a few weeks ago. The Black community's upset. The whole community's upset because violent crime is up and millions of dollars in public services are being given to people who are not supposed to be here. Meanwhile, the tax-paying community that is in a bad way because the Biden administration's economic plans, they're getting robbed every day by giving millions of dollars to people that aren't supposed to be here. That's not the way it's supposed to be, folks.
Man, oh man, I be damned. You see what it's like. You see what it's like. We all see what it's like. I want y'all to notice right then and there, fam. We simply connected these dots, and it's very easy when you're really looking at the truth, okay? It's very easy. This all coincides, though, with our block party because it's letting the world know that all of those different individuals, we're not coming to save you. All of those different individuals, you got to hold your own. We was telling everybody, fam, all you got to do is be a foundational Black American. That's what I tell people. Be FBA, handle your FBA business, and just wait, and you'll see the way things turn out. There's been a lot of changes since they were telling us to get involved in them ICE protests. The situations have changed for Julio. The main game that they were trying to play on Black Americans was how bad we were. You heard Pedro, Ramirez, Estrada trying to put the Bible on us earlier. Well, can the Bible save you from deportation? Okay, because you don't need to come talking to me. Oh, by the way, all of the $2 Tontos, you were making videos so upset with my indigenous status. You want to be native. No, you know what we're saying? You be native and we'll be indigenous because indigenous means the originator, original, aboriginal. We're here. Native could be somebody who got here 5 years ago. That's the difference. So now all of that is coming back for you. So everything looks like it's going down bad. And Tom Homan just straight up told everybody what we were saying. Despite what people was trying to put on us, despite what people were trying to come up with, you can see if you was listening that these individuals are not playing. They're not playing at all. And let me show y'all the main key point that a lot of people have not been talking about. Family, they're talking about using the military bases. When you start talking about using those military bases and bringing those military bases in, which have been chirped about for a while, but now starting to come to fruition, Tom Homan, Donald Trump have a plan to go and ruin all of the sanctuary status, which, by the way, I support that fully because sanctuary status is illegal. You know, another word for sanctuary status, it really means harboring a criminal. Now, if my little cousin goes and steals a little stick of bubble gum that costs 50 cents, and he comes to my house and the police knock on the door and they say, hey, is your cousin there? And I say, no, I just harbored a criminal, a fugitive. My Black, you know what, gonna get locked up in the process. So how in the hell can you have a whole city that basically says different set of laws? And do you see why we have blocked the Democrats as well? Because there's never been a sanctuary status for Black Americans to get away from white supremacy, Black Americans to get away from race soldiers, Black Americans to get away from all of the economic deprivation that they create. Put it this way, if you're in a situation and you had bad taxes, can I go somewhere and I'm good with the tax man and my tax money is good if I just run to a place? You've provided a sanctuary. Listen to the word, sanctuary. Where's the sanctuary for white supremacy? Where's the sanctuary for Jim Crow that they always want to bring up with? Black Americans, we always had to look at these people in the eye. We ain't never had no place to go to. So what you have done is create a place where you can harbor a criminal and a fugitive. So hell yeah, I'm with people go ahead and getting rid of all of that. Because you know the thing, family, the majority of sanctuary cities are places where the Black Americans at. We broke this story during the election. We told everybody that 80% of those sanctuary cities, or excuse me, 99% of those sanctuary cities are in places that occupy 80% of our population. They dumped sanctuary cities on places where they're Black Americans. Why do you think they were talking about Washington, D.C.? That used to be called Chocolate City. Black folks were there. When you start going up to New York, that's where Black Americans are. Chicago, Black Americans. They dumped sanctuary cities in our populations. So now when Donald Trump says he's going in to stop the sanctuary city status, they could just say, look how I'm targeting them Black folks. He's not targeting the Black folks. You put the damn sanctuary city in Black communities. So he got to go to those communities to find Pedro. This is why we were the ones telling everybody that Pedro's taking the jobs. And that's why you just seen Tom Homan say the black community is upset because crime is rising. Let me tell you something about crime. Whenever they point to these black cities and they say, oh, look at the crime in Baltimore. Look at the crime in DC. Look at the crime in Atlanta. Look at the crime in Chicago. When you add on the fact that all of those sanctuary cities dumping millions of illegals who commit a hell of a lot of crime in our communities, it looks like we're the ones doing it, but in reality, it's your sanctuary city illegal committing the crime. He just did it where we're from, so we got to take the bad rap. That's why we say block their ass, block their ass, block their ass. You an illegal over there, and we're black Americans over there. And you cannot put us in the same space in the same time because we ain't in the same state of mind. But guess what they got, family? They got them a big, big issue because now they're bringing in the military bases. Fam, when they start talking about pulling up military bases, it's on. Reports that the administration is planning to house ICE and DHS officers at Great Lakes Naval Base outside of Chicago in September. Last time I checked, y'all, September going to be here in a few days. Oh, you in trouble, Tonto. And you've been blocked by me, so I won't even see your post. Checkmate.
Times reports that the commanding officer of Naval Station Great Lakes informed staff through an email that there are plans to send federal agents to the base, including ICE, Department of Homeland Security, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers to carry out immigration enforcement in September. There's been no formal request or order of National Guard troops, but President Trump says Chicago needs them to curb crime. Troops Times reports that the commanding officer of Naval Station Great Lakes informed staff through an email that there are plans to send federal agents to the base, including ICE, Department of Homeland Security, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers to carry out immigration enforcement in September. There's been no formal request
to carry out immigration enforcement in September. They're telling you this is about illegals, fam. I want you to rewind to just 5 days ago. They kept saying this is black, 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 black. Listen to the lady talking. They're telling you I'm going there to have immigration enforcement. Do y'all see how now it's clearly becoming an immigrant issue and black on blacks crimes is starting to fade to the background? Listen to the lady. She tells you the same thing Tom Homan told you. This is about immigration.
Officers to carry out immigration enforcement in September. There's been no formal request or order of National Guard troops, but President Trump says Chicago needs them to curb crime. Troops sometimes reports that the
buddy, I tell you what, boy, it's traveling fast, ain't it? Is it not traveling fast? Look how quick that's moving, right? That's moving very fast. So they're showing you clear as day that they're going there slowly and clearly for the illegal immigrants, in which we've already put all the receipts on the table. What I expect, family, and a lot of people are saying it's about to get ugly. Man, I'm telling you now, Chicago, New York, DC, even in Georgia, because down in Georgia, they're bringing in the troops as well down here. Down here, they're bringing in the troops. So they're openly telling everybody, oh, we're bringing troops to Georgia. I'm telling you right now, throughout the United States of America, you are about to see a hell of a lot of troops pulling up on these people. It is about to get ugly. The deportation videos is about to get insane. People getting snatched up, the $2 Tontos. These videos, this footage is about to be immense. It is about to get ugly in America. Because once you ruin the sanctuary city status, all of those little governors and mayors that have been low-key protecting these people, they're going to be rendered useless. And Donald Trump's doing that in perfect display. So you're watching that. I'm telling y'all, nobody's there to protect these people. This is why they were so hell-bent on getting black Americans to support them. They were so hell-bent on making this a black issue. They knew what was coming down the pipe. They knew Donald Trump was going to be a runaway train and he was going to take all this and they was going to go full speed. Y'all remember a few months ago, we was talking about all the tanks and stuff on the border. Let me ask y'all this question. When was the last time y'all seen the damn border? You don't even see the border no more. When was the last time you seen any footage from the border, y'all? They don't show us the border. The border is something that doesn't even come up anymore. Why don't you see the border, y'all? It's because the border has been secure. So since they stopped the influx and the flow of people coming in, now you got to find the people who are already on the inside. A lot of them went into hiding. They went underground. So now they're starting to find those people and pick them out. Remember, this time last year, it was Kamala Harris and it was the border. It was the border czar. Remember? Nobody talk about the border no more because the border's taken care of. And then when Donald Trump came out in the springtime, he said, I need more deportations. I don't like the way that we're moving with deportations. I need more. Then they put out that edict trying to tell people, hey, you want to sign up for ICE? We'll give you all of these different discounts, all these benefits. Come on. They were telling everybody, if you read through the tea leaves, that they were ready to ramp this up. Fast forward through all of that to right now this week. Now it's naval bases, and now it's ending sanctuary cities. This is about to get real, and I'm all for it. And family, there's another element to this three-card Molly. Now, the fact that we as foundational Black Americans have completely removed ourselves. We done let it be known, like, yo, we ain't got nothing to do with y'all. Hell, we done blocked all them. I told you, Julio, I'm not going to see all your anti-Black American posts that you put out there. I'm just not going to see it because I blocked you. But let me tell you something. Fam, Africa done entered the chat. But Africa's entered the chat in a different way. We already told everybody about how Rwanda and Uganda are taking in all of these different migrants, right? Family, watch this right here. News travels fast. And for Julio, bad news travels fast. And for Mr. Mutombo, bad news travels fast. Everybody now is seeing. Last week, it was Uganda. Now, Rwanda done entered the chat. Look at this. Rwanda is going to accept deportees from the U.S. on August 29th, 2025. Family, what's today's date? Damn, you mean to tell me as we going live right now, some Pedros and Mutombos and Tontos are pulling up to the shores of Rwanda and all of them TikTok accounts from them TikTok tethers have been shut down? If you get on TikTok and you see about 55% less of tethers whining about FBA, that's because their asses is in Rwanda right now. Salute.
Has just agreed to accept 250 foreign nationals from the United States. Not sure if you guys remember, but Rwanda and the United Kingdom had an agreement where the United Kingdom was going to deport people from their country to Rwanda, but that agreement never went through. Well, now the United States has entered into an agreement with Rwanda, and Rwanda has agreed to accept 250 foreign nationals from the United States. This means that those people who have deportation orders, but their country is not accepting them, they can be deported now to a third country. This was already happening with Cubans being dumped in Mexico, but of course, Mexico wasn't necessarily receiving them. These Cubans were just being placed over there. But now that a third country is accepting these foreign nationals, this means that foreign nationals with removal orders, but their country is not actually accepting them, such as Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Now, all these people can fit into has just agreed to
You see that? Just agreed. Just agreed. Just agreed. So wait a minute, fam. Do y'all feel the irony of this whole situation? Is this a very, very ironic situation? The fact that these tether countries are accepting illegal immigrants when they've been telling Black Americans how mean we are to illegal immigrants? Think about the irony there, everybody. I want the family to really see the ABK and all that. All right, because this looks like anti-Black karma hitting every single tether who told us FBA xenophobic. Then I got to ask you the question, is Rwanda xenophobic? Is Uganda xenophobic? Because you was talking about FBA being bad, but y'all homelands are over there accepting these people. They getting sent to Africa. And remember, those African dictators came over here and they cut a deal with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump gave them some gold coins. So they took gold coins, and last week we showed that they had some fish and some vanilla. That for a body. Did all that for a body. And notice what else she says right here. The UK already had a deal in place.
Accept 250 foreign nationals from the United States. Not sure if you guys remember, but Rwanda and the United Kingdom had an agreement where the United Kingdom was going to deport people from their country to Rwanda. But that agreement...
Wait a minute, United Kingdom? Are we talking about all of the people from the United Kingdom who said that they are the best rappers and they do drill music and they have fish and chips all day and they wish that they were Black Americans, but they just don't have the style? What about all the black Brits that were making all of those Tether TikTok videos? So wait a minute now. For all you black Brits out there, because I know you watching me and I don't watch you because you block. All the black Brits that were telling foundational black Americans how xenophobic we were, your own second homeland, because you fled from your first one, they were sending y'all to Rwanda as well. So shouldn't the black Brits been more concerned with why they're getting sent all the way to Rwanda and Uganda instead of foundational black Americans? Absolutely. Them damn anchor Brit babies. So the anchor Brit babies were making videos about foundational black Americans. Now those anchor Brit babies are going to Rwanda and Uganda. Then if you look right here in America, all of those TikTok tethers who came over here and were hating on foundational black Americans, they are on their way back. So it just shows you everywhere you turn around, these people are going home and foundational black Americans are staying. See, this is the difference between what we do when we stand on business and them when they don't have any business to stand on. And when you don't have any business to stand on, the first thing you do, you get real hateful. You get real hateful, you get real spiteful, a lot of jealousy, a lot of envy starts popping up. And then when all that starts popping up, family, you start to see them really, really complain. You see a lot of complaining. And let me show y'all something that I'm talking about, fam. And this is what we were saying. ICE will ramp up immigration, okay, in Los Angeles and other sanctuary cities, border advisor says. So have y'all noticed the shift in the headlines? The headlines now are starting to shift very, very clearly, everybody. Now the headlines are starting to say immigration and sanctuary status. A week ago, Trump was sending the National Guard to come get all the black people. And now, according even to their own headlines, this is all starting to change. This is all starting to shift. This is all starting to go in the way of mass immigration being canceled. This is all going in the way of these individuals going home. This is all going in the way of we was right the whole damn time. And it's beautiful when you right the whole damn time. And it's also beautiful when you know what's going to happen. And they've been sending out that FBA signal, right? But in return, they've been getting this right here because FBA ain't coming to save not near one of them. Now let me bring this back to another situation, fam. ICE, as we say, been snatching people up, you know what I'm saying? Grabbing them up, pulling them up, it all, however you get hands on them, that's how ICE been doing it, right? But let me show y'all this. People now are making more and more statements, and it's becoming more and more clear that these individuals are going home, and you can't run the FBA. Look at this. Watch this right here, okay? This is what it is. Uganda and Rwanda are out there making these deals, but nobody's saying nothing. Watch this.
There's not one single news station reporting how the first group of people from the United States have been deported to fucking Africa. They literally just landed in Rwanda. News outlets are scrounging for material over Hurricane Katrina and how Kamala Harris's Secret Service was just taken away. Deportees were just taken to fucking Rwanda. Not only that, apparently Donald Trump has a contract with Rwanda to send people there, to deport people to fucking Africa. It is being reported that today the first group of deportees, what they're calling them, which are citizens that were fucking kidnapped and deported, made their way to Rwanda.
On Michael Jackson's birthday. Shout out to Michael Jackson. Oh, and by the way, family, you notice how she just threw in that little, white people are talking about Hurricane Katrina. You see what I'm talking about? This is a tether right here. And it goes to show you tethers do not respect the travesties in which we have had to deal with, okay? I had some people affected by Hurricane Katrina, and how dare you disrespect Hurricane Katrina like it's some small thing. Don't be worried about what happened with Hurricane Katrina. You better be worried about Hurricane Tom Homan is what you better be worried about, you dusty-ass tether. That's what you better be worried about. You better be worried about why that wig looked like it got spiders crawling in it. That's what you better worry about. Don't throw in Hurricane Katrina like it's a little sidebar. You need to be worrying about the main deal, why your people, because it's your people, getting deported.
Rwanda today, making good on a controversial deal it struck with President Donald Trump and his administration to accept them. Mind you, no one would accept these deportees. El Salvador wouldn't do it. I mean, they did a few people that were like, no. And then Canada wouldn't do it. They were like, no. So they sent them to fucking Africa. Basically, Rwanda previously agreed to accept migrants deported by the UK, but Prime Minister...
Listen what she said. Mexico wouldn't do it. Canada wouldn't do it. So Mexico and Canada wouldn't make a deal with white supremacy, but guess who did, y'all? Listen to what she said. Hear all the things that foundational Black Americans talk about. When we tell everybody there ain't no such thing as Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Africans ain't nothing but minions of supremacy, and they love the W's more than they love themselves. Mexicans wouldn't do it. Canadians wouldn't do it. But Rwanda and Uganda stood up and said, I do it. I do it. They basically had the Olympics on who wants to be the puppet for white supremacy, and Rwanda and Uganda got the gold medal. And this is who they tell foundational Black Americans we come from? Hell no. You know it's bad when you say you'll go over Mexicans. When Pedro says he ain't even going to do it, but Mutombo says he'd love to do it, there you go. So Africans are willing to take in migrants, but Canada and Mexico, they said no. That tells you the difference between the two of them.
Mr. Keir Starmer's government backtracked on that plan after taking office last year. So apparently Donald Trump came in and took the fucking offer. The East African nation earlier this month said it would take as many as 250 deportees from the U.S. at that moment. And I don't see how no one sees what's going on. We are quite literally about to experience some real world shit. I mean, it's going to be very hard to ignore, especially for my people that look like me. I just want to jog your memory with the term go back to Africa.
No. You a tether. You see how she tried throwing them for the people who look like me, for those who have my complexion. Where your family from? You ain't saying where your family from. Where your family from? Don't be very vague with blackness. They love to be vague with blackness. They love to just kind of slide over black, glaze past black. Nah, don't try to add us to it. Nah, your people going back to Africa. Here we go.
And I told you when they were snatching up immigrants, which they still are, that it was just a test run. And let's not get started on how they're preparing to send those motherfucking troops to Chicago and Indiana. Like, they are already on the fucking way. And everyone's just like, no. I only see 3 possible outcomes, and none of them equal equality. There's not one single news station.
But let me tell you the 3 possible outcomes for your people. I'm going to go ahead and give you the 3 possible outcomes. And they all the same. Deportation, deportation, deportation. Notice that she tried to make it look like it was about us. Family, we just sat here and put every receipt on the table and showed you it's about them. It's about Julio. It's about Romero. And notice as well how she said they're going to send people back to Africa. Yeah, the immigrants. And by the actual definition of what was signed, they said that it was going to be the immigrants who get sent back there. So you can miss me with that. That's the American citizens going back to Africa. No, those are Africans who are going back to Africa. Those are Mexicans who are going to Africa. Those are everybody other than us. We showed you all the headlines. Tom Homan, Donald Trump. We done showed you the words come out the mouth of the people who are instituting it. So that ain't about American citizens. That is about people like you, and people like you who have bad wigs, people like you who come from dusty villages, and people like you who love Jollof. You're going to have all the dusty wigs and all the Jollofs and all the raggedy ass villages you want, because they're going to go back to Africa, and foundational Black Americans ain't never been to Africa. That's what it is. So you can see clearly, fam, all of that citizenship stuff, all that they're coming for the blacks, that is done. What is in now is that foundational Black American certified Black society. We run this, and they've been blocked. And like I told everybody, Mr. Mutombo, I don't see none of your videos hating on FBA because I blocked you. Mr. Pedro, I ain't seen none of your videos hating on FBA because I blocked you. So basically, you're a tether who's just talking. A talkative tether who's having a temper tantrum on TikTok and ain't nobody listening. It's beautiful when you FBA. See, fam, when you got the citizenship that they coveted, you good to go. When you are the person who built this land, you good to go. You didn't want to listen. Now, we're not listening to you. It's easy like that. And fam, let me tell you something going on in Africa right now. I'm telling y'all, all these people running around here talking about Africa, man, let me tell you, that is the least place that you want to go. I'm going to make this very clear. You go to Rwanda right now, and you go to Uganda right now. Those people getting sent back over there, they're going to be disappearing. It ain't going to be good. I'm telling you right now, they're going to somehow lose track of all them people. You're not going to know what happened to them. The last place that you want to be right now is Africa. So much infighting, so much inner turmoil. The immigration crisis going on in Africa makes the immigration situation here in America look like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are still the border czars. I'm telling you, there is no place on the planet that is more anti-immigrant and anti-migrant than Africa. Literally every country in Africa is fighting each other over immigration. They're not accepting each other. So to be an immigrant from America who got deported to Africa, while Africa's having an immigration crisis where they're unaliving each other, that's the last place you want to be. Let me tell you something. Africans who are from Africa are being unalived because of immigration. What's going to happen when you a Mexican or African from America who's an immigrant? What? Whoa. Africans in Africa are being unalived because they're immigrants. When you're an immigrant who's Mexican or African who came from America, you're going to be in a terrible situation. Terrible. Let me show y'all some of the stuff that's going on. Look at this, fam. People don't want to believe us. Oh, they're going to see us. Look at what's going on in Africa, y'all. They got gangs in Africa that are just going around breaking people's homes, busting people's homes down. And I'm hearing that the government in South Africa and Ghana and Nigeria, I'm hearing the government is behind all this. They just don't want the negative press. You guys, let me know. I'm going to play this and you guys tell me, are these just gangs that are not sponsored by the local governments? Or do you think these are gangs sponsored by the local governments and they're all anti-immigrant? Let's go.
They must go back home. They must leave Ghana. They must leave South Africa. They must leave all African countries. Nigerians are a problem in Africa. They must leave.
We are working here, South Africa. We're doing this for our country. We're doing this for Africa. Africa will prosper. The day all Africans go home to build their own countries, to ensure that their own leaders account. They must stop leaving their own countries burning to ashes. We are fixing South Africa. Every African in South Africa, must go back to their respective countries to fix them and face their own government.
They must go back home. They must go back and build Nigeria. Let them live. Let's make them live.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
It's just saying.
Fam, they just running up on people's houses and just breaking them with hammers in hand. They got hammers in their hand and they just walking up to foreigners' houses and they're breaking them. You can say what you want to say about Tom Homan. You can say what you want to say about Donald Trump. We ain't got that going on here in America. You can't just walk up to an immigrant's house and be like, I break it, I hurt it, I bring it down. You're not supposed to be here. And how come these people are allowed to just do that? But wait, there's more.
Come on, bros. There to send.
This is not the time to play. We are not joking here. We warned them. We told them that we're going to send them back home empty-handed. We've got your tools, our tools. We as the women of South Africa, this is not a joke. This is not a joke. We are taking it down. We are waiting for the TLB. The entire building, the entire structure will be on the ground. We are demolishing everything that this illegal Nigerian has built in this country by force without the landlord's permission, because their intention is not to help us build, but to come here and destroy our own country and terrorize the citizens of this country. We are saying not on our watch. They don't call us. They don't call me Victoria Africa for nothing. I'm Mother Africa. All these Africans will go home. They will go and build their.
That's Mother Africa. She said shit. Wait. Her name is Mother Africa? And then you notice she said all Africans will go home with a hammer across the head? Gosh damn.
They don't call me Victoria Africa for nothing. I'm Mother Africa. All these Africans will go home. They will go and build their countries. Screaming and kicking. We're not playing.
Right now, Nigerians are being targeted in South Africa, and it's absolutely bizarre. Did you know that Nigerians and some foreign nationals are being stopped from accessing healthcare? It's not the government doing it, it's a group, an anti-migrant group, Operation Dudula, literally standing outside hospitals and stopping foreigners from coming in to get healthcare.
If you know that you're not a South African citizen, may you please stand up and leave our hospital.
So if you are at the point of death, if you are in need, desperate need to see the medical practitioners, you're not going to be allowed inside. And what's crazy is the Minister of Health is calling them out, saying to them, they have no right whatsoever to make such a decision, that they, and I'm talking about the Operation Dudula, have to go through Parliament. There's a process because under South African law, the post-apartheid law, that everyone is entitled to healthcare. Now, this Operation Dudula, they're saying that the foreigners are overstretching their healthcare.
Nigerians always call South Africans lazy. They always say South Africans are getting free grants from their government. South Africans are getting this and that from their government. And then on their private spaces on social media, Nigerians are always crying about their government not giving them grants, about their government not doing this and that for them, about their government not building schools, toilets, infrastructure for them. You know, those same things that they are crying about in their country because they have an incompetent government are the same things that they are making fun of South Africans about. It's just so crazy because this tells me that Nigerians want to be South Africans so bad. They wish they were South Africans, like in terms of being on the receiving side of their government, you know, but because they are not, then they're trying to belittle and to make fun of South Africans for getting what they wish they were getting.
Man, hold on, one more time. Hold on.
They must go back home. They must leave Ghana. They must leave South Africa.
Go back home, leave South Africa now. Home, go home.
They must go back home. They must leave Ghana. They must go back home. They must go back home. They must.
Man, we got some things to talk about right now, y'all. What the hell did we just watch? What the hell was that, family? Is this the Africa that they want us to go back to? Damn that. We ain't going back. Is this the Africa that all of the tethers here in America are about to get deported back to? Oh, I see why you was mad, Tether. I see why you had that musty-ass attitude in the Uber. I see why you was saying FBA was a hate group, because you needed me to help you from getting deported back there. You got a group running around with hammers. There was mostly women. There was women out there. Go home, you go home now. Leave, go now. What the hell? This is what we talking about? But you want to tell foundational Black Americans we got a problem. No, you got a problem. Deportation. I see why you be crying at the deportation office when you get drugged down the hallway. Okay? Because Rwanda, Uganda, Nigeria, you talking about Ghana, South Africa, all of that is in your future. That's terrible. That's bad news right there. Bad news. And if you notice, fam, and let me ask y'all the question, the first one that I presented. I think that's the government, y'all. I think that's the government because there's more videos of those people. There's more videos of that group that's running around. Fam, they're kicking people out of the hospital. If you go to the hospital, they're telling you, you can't come into the hospital because you are a foreigner. We don't do that in America. See, this is why you can't come to the United States and disrespect our country. You talking about our country, fam, I'm sorry. FBA, Black America, just America as a whole, we don't do none of that. So how dare you come to this country and not wipe your feet and show respect? See, this is what I'm talking about with Tethers. They ruin everything. You think it's the government too? Y'all do? Okay, y'all agree? All right, that's got to be the government. There's no way that you got a group running around doing that type of stuff and it's just like all cool and dandy and nobody says nothing about it. Nah, nope. And it's just too often, too much, kicking people out of hospitals. One thing about foundational Black Americans, one thing about certified Black society, one thing about this country, we let people get away with too much stuff. That's the damn problem in America. We allow these people to come over here and mooch off of us. Over there, oh, they're not playing none of that mooching. Over there, you're going to have some real trouble. Let me show y'all this as well. Let me pop this up. There's some more things going on where all that stuff about y'all xenophobic and y'all hate group, they running around in Africa telling people, yeah, I'm xenophobic. Yeah, of course. Of course I am. Yeah, I've always been xenophobic. I hate them. That's their words, y'all. That's their words. I believe that the government doesn't want the foreigners over there because the government of South Africa does not like the government of Ghana. The government of Ghana don't like the government of Kenya. The same tribalism that goes on with the tribes of just regular people and citizens is the same tribalism that goes on amongst political parties and political heads of state in each country. In no aspect, in every single element, on every floor, Africans don't get along. They don't get along in any way. Politically, they don't get along. Socially, they don't get along. From the person who's the millionaire politician who really lives in England, all the way down to the person in the dusty-ass village. They just don't get along. So I believe that the government is allowing all of that to happen so they could say, oh, they did it. It's not us. No, in Africa, they probably threw them some dollars. They probably threw them a couple dollars or threw them a bowl of jollof, gave them some fufu and said, here, go on and do that. You're talking about a backstabbing culture. You're talking about a backstabbing culture because they understood the press would look very bad if it was the government doing that. So they said, well, let's go let these people do it. This is why they don't stop them. This is why they're out there and they haven't said a damn thing or a damn word about it. It's because they understand they're the ones doing it. Let me show y'all this as well. When I tell everybody they're running around there openly telling people, hey, I don't like it here. I don't like these people and I'm xenophobic. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. So good luck to everybody getting deported over there. You're going to need all the luck in the world. Watch this lady. South African national declares her hate for persons from other countries residing in South Africa and calls for their deportation. Sound like she a hate group. Here we go.
South Africa belongs to South Africa. I hate I hate Uganda. I hate Paraguay. I hate Zaita. I don't like foreigner. Foreigner must go to their country. I hate foreigners. I am xenophobic. I hate, again, I hate times and times. I don't know how many times. I hate.
I am. I'm trying to keep up with how many times she says she hates them. She hates foreigners. Damn. She says she's xenophobic.
I hate foreigners. I hate Uganda. I hate Paraguay. I hate Zaita. I don't like foreigner. Foreigner must go to their country. I hate foreigners. I am xenophobic. I hate, again, I hate times and times. I don't know how many times. I hate foreigners. I am xenophobic. I don't like foreigners. Because foreigners, I don't have a child because of foreigners. Ramaphosa. South Africa belongs to.
Damn. How about this right here? Watch this, family.
Hey, you know now. Yes, I know. Don't push it. Don't ever touch us. Hey, you know now. Yes, I know. You don't know war. You will see the war. We will show you war. We will show. We will stay here. We will fuck off you. It's none of your fucking business. I'm a South African. I'm a South African.
No. Our constitution doesn't allow a foreigner to be seen in the public.
We are inserting section 17 of the constitution here, Mama. You need to go land and face your own government. Get medical attention in your own.
Hey, is that lady right there? I can't tell. Is that lady who said she was Victoria of Africa? Y'all let me know in the chat. I can't tell if that's her. But look, they're not allowing them people to get access. They got an old lady out there. They got an old lady out there, family. But I think the other lady, I think she's the lady who had the damn sledgehammer. Hold on.
No. Our constitution doesn't allow a foreigner to be seen in the public.
We are inserting section 17 of the constitution here, Mama. You need to go land and face your own government. Get medical attention in your own country.
We don't want
this is our healthcare workers. They are only going to give medical attention to locals who are paying tax in this country.
Don't push it. Don't ever touch us.
Don't you ever touch us. Don't you dare do it. You do it, I will crush you. I will crush you right now where you stand. Damn, I'm pretty sure that looked like her. That looked like her. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? And it's bad on both sides. Like, if it is her, that means she's doing it all the time. And if it isn't her, that means there's a hell of a lot of people out there standing on that type of business. You feel me? And fam, they're also running up on people. Let me show y'all this as well. They're running up on people out there, and they're just they're taking their businesses from them. They just straight up running up on people and saying, hey, your business is coming with me. All right, you can't be here. And they're using the Constitution and everything. So this is what I'm saying, fam. It ain't good in the hood. We block these people at the right time. These people are disgruntled, y'all. These are very, very disgruntled tethers. They ain't got nothing going for them. They broke down. They battered. They getting all types of issues. And remember, fam, this is what's going on in South Africa. In South Africa, the same thing's going on with Kenya. Kenya and Ghana, don't nobody want to be around the damn Nigerians. I mean, I don't know how you can make any of this up. This is just bad news from every single element in all aspects of Africa, and you can see it clear as day. So this is why these people are about to go home. This is why these individuals are about to be bye-bye. Speaking of that, let me tell you this. This is the main thing. So when they're not breaking down people's houses, when they're not kicking people out of hospitals, which we just presented 2 times, they're also running up on people saying, you cannot work here, and they're just taking their businesses from them. People do not believe us. This is what I'm talking about. Now, I know all the Tethers and Pan-Africans, they never going to show us this, but this is our job to put all the dirty diaspora laundry in the streets. Watch this. These people just get their business took from them. Watch this.
I'm telling you about the law. Go around, go to whatever. It's the law. You can never work here. Stop trying forcing to work.
Manje, Sivale, Sinchalila, South Africa.
Up to you what you do. I don't care.
Yeah.
We don't care. South Africa doesn't care what you do. Stay here. You understand? We can't employ the whole of Africa to come to South Africa and get employed. And our brothers are not working. You must get it through your heads. We cannot. If you have a problem with your own government and your country is unstable, go and fight your own government. Go and make your country stable. Leave our stable country for us to enjoy it.
So go make your homeland stable. That sounds like when we tell people, go build your homeland and get your homeland popping. Why is it bad when we say it? Again, why is it bad? Well, I didn't say it with a sledgehammer. Y'all need to respect us.
Who brought you here? Who brought you here? Ubani wakuletha la? Ubani wakuletha la? Is it our transport? They put you here. Guys, close the shop. You're not permitted to work here. If you don't believe me, wait for me until after 2. I'm gonna come and report to my police. Then I can show you what the law says is against it. Go fetch your documents, stay here, work. I'm gonna come and fetch you today. One more. Yes, one more. Yeah, but violent.
Just took his business. The fam, look at him. Now he's shut down. His business is over. So they broke the one people's house. Now they're telling him you can't work. He said, if you don't believe me, I'll be back with the government. He said, this is my job to come here and make sure nobody does this. And he's got his papers in. It's a wrap. It's over. It's over with. This is how they treat migrants and immigrants in Africa.
You wait for me here until I show you. But you cannot make money once I left. Obani. Peace.
Damn.
So I'm here, I'm in Marshall now. I'm working in Marshall. So I'm dealing with you. So wherever I am, I'm working. I'm not scared of anybody. You must understand this. Go to my Facebook and see. I'm all over, making sure that South African gets jobs and foreign nationals don't get jobs.
Translation, family. He said, go to my Facebook and see. I'm all over making sure foreigners don't get jobs and South Africans do. That man said he got a Facebook page. I wouldn't know because I blocked them all. However, he telling these guys, so Mutombo number 1 is telling Mutombo number 7 and 8, check his resume. It's on Facebook. He run all of them out of South Africa. Damn, look at it. They don't know what to do. Damn.
The law. I'm telling you about the law. Go around.
Damn. Look at, hey, I ain't even gonna lie. Look at dudes' faces right here, fam. When reality starting to set in and it's over with. Look at them. You said it right in the chat. They over there deboning people. God damn. See, I ain't cool with that, fam. I ain't cool with that. See, this is what I'm talking about. Miss me with Pan-Africanism. Miss me with we all black, brother. Miss me with we got to go back to Africa. Miss me. I don't want nothing to do with none of that energy. We ain't from that. That's not our vibration. We ain't cool on that. See, here's the difference. These people try to put that Africanism on foundational black Americans. And we don't run around here with sledgehammers. We don't run around here just telling people that I'm going to break your whole house down today. And when you get home, I'm going to have 17 people out front of your yard. That's some KKK stuff. That's really what that is, fam. FBA, we ain't on none of that. See, they got misplaced priorities. See, this even further makes me say I don't give a damn about no tether. The very fact that they trying to put that on us. Who is more xenophobic than a tether? Who's more xenophobic than an African? Who is more anti-Africa than Africans who live in Africa? You run from your homeland and look how you treat each other in the homeland. Look how you treat people who are foreign migrants. There's two problems there. The first one is those guys must have been in a bad condition because they fled from their homeland. When they went to the new homeland, they got treated like dirt there, so they can't go nowhere. So who really likes Africa? The place that you fled from is so bad you hate it. The new place you got to, they treat you like dirt, you hate it. Sounds like it's just a bunch of dirt and no one really gives a damn about each other. And it sounds like all that stuff that you babble about, FBA, is you really trying to project onto us, and we reject your projection. And I'm blocking your ass in the process. We ain't on that type of time. And what's happening now with our delineation movement, family, we done put the real Africa on the front stage. This is what we've done. Picture it this way. We've taken the frame of how Africa really is, and now the world sees that they don't get along, they don't like each other, and if that's how they treat each other, how the hell you think they're going to treat us? Think about that as well, fam. For all the scam Africans and tethers, you are breaking each other's houses down based on the sponsorship of the government, because we believe the government's behind that. And yet you think that somebody from America is going to be received with open arms. You don't receive each other with open arms. You don't like each other in no facet. So if you don't like each other with no type of unity, what makes you think you're going to do to us? Isn't it funny that she kept saying foreigner? We don't like foreigners. Those foreigners. Ain't foundational black Americans foreign? Yeah, damn right we are. So nah, that ain't cool. And we don't rock with them. And we never will rock with them. That is the difference between FBA and everyone else. What foundational Black Americans do, we simply tell everybody, hey, be respectful to the country, come over here and do the right thing, and then you can go ahead and get in on what we've created in America to a degree. Okay, if you accordance to the law, they don't respect the law. Their law is to be hateful. The old girl said she hate. So you can kind of see what it is. Remember, we assisted them all the time. They ain't never did a damn thing for us. What I tell everybody, they want us to be all while they don't give any. And that's not the way it works. And the more that we've exposed them, look how now everybody's coming out and saying the same thing. Look at this right here, fam. This right here is only proving what we've already known. Look at this, y'all. Is it the truth when we say it, or do they need another African to say it? Well, either way, they're going to get both sides. Watch this.
It's what they have done. Ladies and gentlemen, they have given up on the fight to fix their own country and resorted to looking for what they couldn't achieve or cannot achieve in their own country, in other people's countries. And ladies and gentlemen, this shouldn't have been a problem because every other African country actually does it, except that they are looking for this success by any means necessary and in the shortest possible time. They are of the view that people outside of their country are not as driven and aggressive towards becoming successful as they are. Many of them are therefore driven into all sorts of illegal enterprises anywhere they settle. Your people are running from your country as though the entire country is at war. Both men and women, young and old, to every other country. Therefore, the fight other countries have to put in to attain the peace you see and desire is what you have denied and declined. Instead of trying to make yourselves relevant in other countries, instead of trying to insert yourselves into the social fabric of other countries by all means necessary, how about this? How about you go back home and build your country?
Damn, it sounds like everything these people are saying is the same exact thing we've been saying, only not as angry and not as aggressive. It's funny how if one person, let me pull this up, bam. It's funny if foundational Black Americans say you need to get your homeland popping, that's a hate group. But when an African says, we're going to unalive you unless you go back to your homeland, they don't say nothing about that. It's funny when foundational Black Americans say, you need to respect our culture when you come here, not undermine us. Then all of a sudden we a cult in a hate group. But yet when an African says, we're going to kick you out of a hospital and deny you health care, nobody says nothing about that. Why are you so hush-hush about all of the travesties that go on in Africa, but yet you want to focus so much and elevate things that foundational Black Americans don't even do to you? You need to be thanking foundational Black Americans is what you need to be doing, not only because we have allowed you to come into this country based on what we've created, not only have foundational Black Americans fought for every single civil rights act and law available for you guys to achieve and for you guys to come and be a part of, you also need to thank foundational Black Americans because we went over to your homeland and fought for peace that you don't even want. Let me look at it this way, fam. FBA went to Ethiopia and that same South Africa. We have literally, American citizens, never been to Africa, went over there to help assist you guys fight fights that you don't even fight in yourself. You don't fight the colonizer, but you fight each other. There's a lot of contradictions that we've been calling out about Africans, about Haitians, about Jamaicans that we putting on the front stage now. See, delineation is the worst thing that ever happened to them. Delineation did two things. It separated the false claims of these people trying to be us, and it solidified the fact that we're foundational Black American certified Indigenous. Our history has become more clear because of delineation, all right? Who we are right now in the present has become more clear because of delineation. But let me tell you the flip side of it. Now we force Africans to be African. You ain't ever want to be an African. We force Haitians to be Haitian and Jamaicans to be Jamaicans or whoever the hell to be exactly who the hell you are. You can't be us no more. See, when we told you you can't be us anymore, that forced you to be you. And you've been running from being you. You've been running from being you. You've been running from your mama, been running from your daddy, from your history, running from your homeland, from your village, or wherever. It's just you don't like what you see in the mirror, and delineation is forcing you to look in the mirror. And then on top of that, delineation is making the world see it the way we've been calling it. What FBA has been saying, now everyone agrees. Africans thought that they were going to do this thing where they can always tether onto us now. Now the dominant society is even looking and saying, oh, that's an African. That ain't no Black American. There's a difference. Yeah. People in middle America, suburban America, the lexicon of America now is clear. And it sounds like FBA. You were never going to win that battle, Tether man. I know you didn't think that you was going to come over here and deal with the strongest, mightiest, the most eloquent lineage, heritage, and culture on the history of this planet and somehow beat us in some type of social war or some type of narrative war. I hope you didn't think that was going to happen. You babble, you could barely speak English. You ain't even strong enough to build your homeland. How you think that you were going to convince people that you were us? $5 Indians, $2 Tontos, and Mr. Mutombo, no dollar Mutombo, all of them now have to be who they are. We call that hold your own nuts. You can call it what you want. But at the end of the day now, all this done has strengthened us and it's weakened them. And they weren't in a position to be weak. So everybody's looking at Africa and saying, how can you have all of that spite and say that you hate other foreigners? How can you deny foreigners of healthcare? How can you break down a foreigner's house with a damn sledgehammer? But you ain't did nothing to your colonizer. Your colonizer is right there. And when I say colonizer, you pick the colonizer. Which one? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got about 7 different colonizers over there. How come I don't never see videos of you breaking down the colonizer's house? How come you don't never deny the colonizer healthcare? How come you're not over there saying, get out of my country to the colonizer? Isn't it funny that we see more get out of my country from Africans to other Africans, but never from Africans to colonizers? Damn. Receipts is a mother. And they don't taste good, but they're going to have to go ahead and have a whole thing. Mix it up with your jollof. It may go down better. It might hit your digestive tract a little better if you mix it in with some fufu. But either way, you're going to get this work. You're going to get this work. I need to see videos of you got that same aggression towards the colonizer, because y'all come over here and try to tell foundational Black Americans what our history is. But when you look at our history, since you know so damn much, Mr. Fufu, then what do you see? Resistance and fighting back. That's all you see over here with foundational Black Americans. Go all the way back. You want to talk about the civil rights era like y'all always spitting out your tether tongue through your tether teeth? Well, the civil rights era was me fighting back against the race soldier. I don't see you doing that way back in ancient Africa, and I damn sure don't see you doing it now. Our history, when you look at it, is foundational Black Americans pushing back against race soldiers, white supremacy, and the dominant society. Your history is you pushing back against the tribe. You pushing back against people who are dark-skinned. You pushing back against anybody with a little melanin. Seems like melanin is your worst enemy. Yep, and mayo is your best friend. And now that we delineated, we done had a block party, and we done blocked your ass. Now the world sees you for exactly who you've always been. Not like us in a damn tether. And let me show y'all why we get these people to hell up out our country and the hell up out our way. You got these people coming over here with them scams, and watch this scam right here, because this go for the African, the Jamaican, and the Haitian. All of them come over here, and instead of bringing some type of good value, they bring $2 scamming, and it all comes back. Watch this, y'all. This is an insane story, but it shows you exactly who you dealing with. Watch.
ICE officials just ran up on this Haitian to deport him. And when they ran into the apartment, they found over 376 EBT cards with a total value of over $586,000.
Damn! Whoa! Another immigrant scam.
And when they ran into the apartment, they found over 376 EBT cards with a total value of over $586,000 United States American dollars being misused. Hey, yo, Trump administration is on the job. That's $500,000 this Haitian was taken from the government. Yo, that's a lot of families who were denied EBT that truly needed. And this motherfucker had over $586,000 fucking dollars worth of EBT. Hey, yo, whoever got an issue with the Trump administration need to think twice, man. Hey, yo, his administration is really doing some good things for the American people. This, amount of fraud is just simply mind-blowing. ICE officials just ran up.
Damn, y'all. Man, I'm telling y'all, it ain't helping your cause. It ain't helping your cause, the fact that you running over here with that type of energy and you over here thieving off the American citizens. Nobody is looking at that as beneficial to America. Okay? We're going to see them in Uganda. Uganda's calling. I told you, you're going to be in Uganda and Rwanda back with your mama. That's what's happening. And we watching all of that go down in the process. Damn, I know, right? And remember, y'all, we were talking about all those EBT cards. Remember when people were putting out the receipts, just local Americans that were working at these corner stores, and they were seeing the EBT cards that were coming from all of these little immigrants, and they was like thousands of dollars on them. People thought it was a game. They really had a whole apparatus to bring these people into our communities and to erase and replace us. And we put it into all of that. All this FBA block party is that's the final straw, y'all. That's the cherry on top, that we ended all of these people coming over here. And fam, there's a lot of scams too. It ain't just the Africans. Because remember, they be like, oh, y'all always focus on us. No, all the migrants can get the smoke, because you can come into America the right way, or you can do it the wrong way. The wrong way is going to get you a phone call from Tom Homan. They ain't going to be a phone call. They're going to come in your door. And this is what's happening. Watch this scam as well. This goes for all the tethers, okay? The TOCs, the tethers of color. There's another scam with, I want to say this is an Indian lady. Y'all, watch how she was trying to scam America. This is the thing that Americans as a whole been saying, wait a minute. You got all of these economic issues in America, but we talking about EBT cards legally and illegally. You got all types of fraud being pushed out. Family, this is something we put it into. Watch this story right here, y'all. And people are talking about it. Watch this. She being processed by ICE. You damn right. Told you want thin ice with ice. Watch this.
That is an immigrant from Turkey that is being detained and processed by ICE. Why? Because she received a work visa to come to the United States. And when she came to the United States, there's no record of her working for 2 full years. Now, the left is going to say that we should show empathy, and us Republicans and conservatives, we are subhuman and inhumane, and we don't care. How can you be in a country on a work visa for 2 years while you're not working? Somebody explain that to me, because it makes absolutely no sense. Because if somebody can tell me how it is to make an income without working, I'll be the first one in line. I'll quit my job tomorrow. I'll shut down TikTok, Instagram, and everything else that I'm doing in terms of politics. Psych, I would never do that, but you get the point. You get the point. We have people that are literally doing shit like this. And when they are being caught, it's still Trump's fault. Why? Because everybody on the left is allergic to accountability.
Boy, and he a foreigner. Everyone is out there with these tellers, and this man said this woman didn't even work. She over there crying too. Guess what? Oh, they gonna love you in Rwanda. They gonna love you. What somebody said, the Timu Kylie Jenner? Yeah, they gonna love you in Rwanda. Good luck when Mr. Mutombo 752, he see you. You know he love him some mayo anyway. He likes mixing his mayo with fufu. Wait till you in Rwanda. It's a wrap. You're going to see this story. Remember her, family. You're going to see the same story. She's going to be over there in Rwanda dealing with Mr. Mutombo, crying.
That is an immigrant from Turkey that is being detained and processed by ICE. Why? Because she received a work visa to come to the United States. And when she came to the United States, there's no record of her working for 2 full years.
How you get a visa and you ain't work for 2 whole years? You was over here just getting it in. And guess what, fam? The same exact time that you started to see the review of all of these visas is the same exact time this occurred. So what does that tell you? Everybody getting the smoke. Don't be mad. I'm telling y'all, you come over here and you think it's sweet to come after foundational Black Americans. You're best to be worried about the real deal, and that's ICE. And by the way, we in here 3,000 deep. I need everybody right now. Freeze. We're going to have a smash that like button moment, okay? I need everybody in here right now to smash that like button. We in here extra heavy on a Friday night. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love. Make sure you smash that like. If we can have a mass like smashing at this moment, it'll be epic, y'all. So I appreciate it. And since we are having us an FBA block party, it's only right that we get to full-time work. And when I tell y'all full-time work, y'all got to see this right here. It don't stop, y'all. Y'all look at this. Do y'all know, as we talk about being indigenous, do y'all know that foundational Black American, indigenous foundational Black Americans had it back in the day when Jesse Jackson was trying to classify us as African Americans? Do you know that there was a lawsuit to try to get the Negro and the indigenous status untapped in, untied in together. And they've been hush about this for the longest amount of time. Yes. And they've been knowing about this. So let's make this clear. Black Americans never accepted African American. African American has never been something that has been good to us. And a lot of people are saying that we need to sue because that term has actually done harm to us. It was fraudulently given to us. So there's means for a case here. But people are, again, as I say, this generation, the reparations generation, the strongest ever, certified Black society, brothers and sisters from every single aspect, all walks of life, foundationals, we are pulling out receipts on everything. And this was a phenomenal receipt that got pulled out. Watch all the tactics they did to try to separate us, the Negro, from being indigenous. This is going to blow your mind. Watch that. Shout out to this brother right here.
Boy, get in here. Boy, get in here. Get in here. I got a good one. I got a good one for you. So what Jesse Jackson in Jet Magazine has something to do with reclaiming Indians? Well, get a load of this. So it turns out Jet Magazine got sued by a 16-year-old Indian. The same thing should have happened to him because it was hateful and harmful. What do I mean? All right, Getty got your back. Get your cup of tea ready. Now, take a screenshot. Now, as you can see, December the 5th, 1957, Negroes with an S who wants to be Indians. Indian sues Jet Magazine for big sums. Now, before I read this, the reason why you can't find it, because they lost. A 16-year-old Indian girl from Halifax County has sued Jet Magazine, right, for $300,000 for allegedly calling her a Negro. Now, this is where things turn for the roach for Jet Magazine. Even in their own words, look at this. Bill strikes back at Cherokee law that will cut blacks ties to tribes. Even you know this, and you still wrote this article. You still wrote this article, knowing you're doing exactly what the Europeans do by reclassifying us. Now, it's good that they got sued because they learned their lesson. Yes, they learned their lesson. Now, if you take a look at this, look how many times we've been reclassified, right? So they hiding something, right? They hiding something. Now, why would you do the same thing that Europeans do? Knowing you so-called a black man, but most likely an Indian your damn self, and you join the crowd, and you got the nerve to say Negroes claiming to be Indians, and you know they are Indians. This is why I'm glad. And a lot of people need to get sued for calling us African American because it's hateful and harmful. And we don't got to walk around with feathers and hopping around and what tribe you from. That don't make an Indian. An Indian is an Indian because we in North America and we was here before everybody else. Did you catch that?
So talk. We've been saying that, family. We ain't got to play dress up. No. Indian is your bloodline. It ain't a costume.
You don't get to say what tribe you from and you not walking around on the reservations and this and that and claiming us not to be. See, this is why we need to sue a lot of them. But it's just a little food for thought. But if you'd like to donate $1, I greatly appreciate it.
Man, oh man. Was that something epic right there? Oh man, shout out to that brother for that one. Man, he was cooking. You see that right there? This is what we've been highlighting. And fam, without us, without this generation, you don't get none of this. This is all because of us. These receipts are powerful. This is what's truly changing the minds of everyone. This is why we're so strong. This is why we're the dominant force. This is why certified Black society runs everything. It's because we're pulling out all the receipts. Absolutely. They need to be sued for all of that. And the way he said it, let me go ahead and add one little extra caveat to it. They weren't classifying us or reclassifying us like the white man. They were working with the white man. Okay, remember, we always say there's a $1 billion industry in classifying, reclassifying Black Americans. They've always had this thing where we're open for reclassification because they always watch where we go. All right. Whenever they feel that we're subdued and we're submissive or docile or they have us contained, then they'll not do anything. Whenever we start moving too much and we start acting too strong, then they'll hit you with the reclassification. For everyone else, you are who you are forever. They've never reclassified the Puerto Rican. They've never reclassified the Mexican. They've never reclassified the Native Americans. Notice the Native Americans, once they gave them our status, identity theft, they've never been shifted. When it comes to us, it's reclassified. And the reclassification goes where we go. Whenever we stand in on business, they try to hit us with a reclassification. Whenever they feel they got us contained, you'll be this way. You'll notice this to prove my point. Shout out to you, family. To prove my point all the way live. Think about it, y'all. Think about this to prove this point. They didn't start hitting us with this African American until after the Civil Rights era. After the Civil Rights era, they did you with another reclassification. They never try to reclassify you when they got you where they want you. And why do you think now there's been this erasure in trying to get us to be re-African Americans soon as the foundational Black Americans started popping? They always use it whenever it's convenient to them. They don't use it when they got you. Notice this, fam. When people were voting blue no matter who, there was never this discourse about our identity. Y'all notice that, right? Go back to Barack Obama. Nobody was talking about what are we really. No one said a thing about it. Go back to the 1990s. No one said a thing about it. They felt they had us where they wanted us, so there was no need for them to weaponize reclassification, because that's what they do. They use reclassifications as a weapon. It's a tool. It's a mechanism of white supremacy, one in which they only enact on us because we're the strongest. They don't need to reclassify the quote-unquote native. They got them where they want them. They don't need to reclassify Julio Pedro. Got them where they want them. They'll do any damn thing without the reclassification. The dominant society don't got to pull out tricks on them because they're tricks for the dominant society. Tricks and ain't even getting paid. Easy. When it comes to foundational Black Americans, though, they always keep in their back pocket. When they get out of line, we're going to reclassify them. It's kind of like the whip. Yeah, it's like the whip. Whenever you got out of line, they whooped a slave. They didn't whip the slave when the slave was doing what they needed to do. It's only when the slave ran, when the slave revolted, when the slave talked back, then they wanted to pull out the whip. That's what it is with reclassification. They only want to pull out classifications whenever we are not doing what they want. So think about it. The Civil Rights era, brothers and sisters, had a Black empowerment movement. When you had a Black empowerment movement, then they say, oh, African American. Fast forward to us, we start having a lineage-based era. Then they say, oh, y'all African. Roland Martin, tell them to go back to Africa. Tell them how much the flights cost. Tell them that hip-hop is 50-50. It's always when we identify who we are. That's exactly when they do it. So this is what they were trying to do back then, and this is what they try to do now. Difference is, now, this is the first time we shut down the classification. Trust me, fam, if we weren't here right now, I'm talking about living, breathing, you, me, all of us, 2.9 thousand of us. If we weren't here right now, oh, we'd be something different. We'd be something different right now, family. Trust me, it'd be the African-American or the African-American 2.0, because that's really what they've been trying to do. They try to Africanize us and African-American us 2.0. We shut it down. All the other classifications worked because the people back then, they couldn't really fight back. We standing on super business. We shut all of that down through delineation, through a block party, through being lineage, heritage, and culture. So we've ruined everything that they thought they really had in terms of trying to spin us. And I'm telling you, I am absolutely, and I mean this, I'm so proud, and every day I'm absolutely astonished how Black Americans from all different backgrounds are pulling out the receipts about the indigenous status, about these lawsuits. So you had that young lady who tried to sue and was like, yo, hold up now. You ain't going to be spinning us and telling us we this and telling us we that. Hell no. You're going to respect us for who we are. And that's pretty much what we did. So in a lot of ways, fam, like I tell everybody, we're carrying the energy and we're carrying the work of what needed to be done back then. We just doing it now. Let me pull this up as well, since we in here cooking. This right here goes to show you another aspect, another element of the way these things function. These people really believe that they're going to be able to dump all of this on foundational Black Americans. But I told everybody, it has a reverse effect. That reverse effect, quite frankly, is not only foundational Black Americans checking them in the process, but remember, for every single time you tell everybody who you are, you're exposing who someone else is. So they've backfired trying to get foundational Black Americans to fall for the gambit. Watch this, fam. You want to talk about receipts on top of receipts on top of receipts? Here we go. Shout out to my brother Church. I see you in the building, man. Happy birthday to your son too, brother. Much respect. You know, when you share a birthday with Michael Jackson, you special. Check this out right here, y'all. This shows you what we mean. You can't get nothing past us in this era. Watch.
True Native Americans. Black people are the true Native Americans. I'm going to say it one more time. Black people are the true Native Americans. And here's the proof. Proven by evidence showing humans migrated out of Africa 60 to 80,000 years ago, with remains in Omo-Kabish, Ethiopia, dated at 233,000 years ago, and Jebel Irhad Morocco around 300,000 years ago, and by the fact that melanated people were already in the Americas at least 16,000 years ago. So, based off of those facts, that would predate both European civilization and Siberian migration into Alaska around 15 to 20,000 years ago. And it is safe to speculate further because documented history stops at about 15 to 20,000 years ago, ironically. So, you have to use probability, pattern recognition, and common sense to understand what came before that. But to erase this lineage, the U.S. passed a sequence of laws, including the 1662 Virginia Law, Partis Equator Vitrum, the 1705 Virginia Slave Codes, the 1830 Indian Removal Act, the 1850 Fugitive Slave Law, the 1865 Black Codes, the 1866 Civil Rights Act, the 1868 14th Amendment, the 1887 Dawes Act, the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act, the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, the 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act, and the 1970 Termination Policies. Yet,
listen to all of those reclassifications. Did I not just say that reclassification is weaponized? Listen to how many times they passed this law, that law, that law, that law, that law, that law. All of those to separate us from being the indigenous, to separate us from who we really are as a means and a mechanism to control us. They keep going back to the paper, keep going back to the paper, keep going back to the law. They don't do this with anybody else, y'all. Nobody else has to deal with this type of weaponization of reclassification other than foundationals. But what we've done is we said, listen, we classify our damn self. And that's what we've done in this era, classified ourselves.
True Black Native Americans were declared U.S. citizens in 1868, decades before so-called Natives and Indigenous folks in 1924. Also, white people purchased fake $5 Indian status through the Dawes Roads, the Olmec heads, and the pyramids with undeniable African features show either migration or early contact with Africa. And though I am not saying the Olmecs came directly from Abu Bakr, his voyages before Columbus prove Africa and the Americas had contact long before Europeans rewrote history. And even Christopher Columbus himself wrote how the Indians had hair like Africans because Native Americans were using heated tools with bear and animal fats to press and straighten their hair for rituals. So yes, they were walking around with basically S-curls and perms and all type of shit, which fooled him into thinking that was their natural texture. So for all of you motherfuckers that love quoting that one little passage from Christopher Columbus's journal like it's not a whole entire book, where you say, oh, they had hair like horses' tails and it wasn't coarse. Put simply, the timeline of migration, the Olmec evidence, and the citizenship gap, the Dawes fraud, and the hair rituals all confirm one truth. Black people are the original indigenous Americans, and if you do not know that, you are blindly claiming a history that was stolen from you. So that...
Woo! Damn, young brother. Cooking. That's what I'm saying. Y'all see that right there? Oh, it's clear as day. It's to the point now, fam, where the evidence is astounding. The evidence is so powerful. And one of the things that we did, y'all know how it is, and we always going to talk about this because this is the most powerful thing that we've done, family. That right there is what we speak about. Y'all know we always talking about the Bering Straits, right? There goes the Bering Straits right there, family. This is where they said that they crossed over. Well, through every single migration pattern, we actually have traced it to the time frame in which they said that they crossed over, and that time frame does not compute with them being here before us. No, the hell it don't. And since that time frame does not compute with them being here before us, cryonology suggests that it has to be the only ones who are the main ones. So, meaning, if foundational Black Americans were the original people here, and we have pinpointed the time frame in which we arrived here in the Western Hemisphere, North America and South America, both of them, but if we have pinpointed that exactly when we got here and proved that they got here way after we did, that leaves you with one thing. Now you got to go to the people. Now you got to go to the story. So we have cryonology and scientific study and research that document it, and then we got bloodline. See, the bloodline is the final straw. And when you start talking about the bloodline, it cancels everything you see right there. And all we got to do is go to the people. Fam, I like to go to the streets. And this sister's going to tell a story that every last one of y'all in the chat can say the same thing. Y'all can all say the same thing. Watch her shut down somebody who told her to take a DNA test. Watch this.
Take a test when I've got receipts.
I'm a direct descendant of Marie Therese Coin, a powerful woman from Louisiana who is both a Black Indigenous woman and Native American. Her bloodline runs through Caddo Nation, specifically Natchitoches Band, right here in Louisiana. And some historical sources also link her to Chitimacha ancestry. And she didn't need a test to know who she was. Neither do I. Because I'm her bloodline, 7th generation. I'm walking proof. Indigenous American excellence. I don't need to take a test when I've got respect.
I need you to tell me that one more time, my sister. You know what I'm saying? Because I like that indigenous excellence you threw there at the end. One more time for their mind.
Seats. I'm a direct descendant of Marie Therese Coin, a powerful woman from Louisiana who is both a Black Indigenous woman and Native American. Her bloodline runs through Caddo Nation, specifically Natchitoches Band, right here in Louisiana. And some historical sources also link her to Chitimacha ancestry. And she didn't need a test to know who she was. Neither do I. Because I'm her bloodline, 7th generation. I'm walking proof. Indigenous American excellence.
You damn right. You damn right. Uh-huh. Yep. The dots are connected. Okay? Everything's tied in. You feel me? Shout out to Louisiana as well. Shout out to Mississippi. Shout out to the South. Shout out to the East Coast and West Coast. Everything, because we connect the dots together. We've already showed that there were millions of people living here. And when I say millions of people living here, that means truly, fam, there were millions of different tribes. These people didn't all intermix with each other. They didn't all talk to each other, but they all shared the same thing, that they were indigenous to the United States of America. And let me tell you the beauty about that. The beauty is the fact that if there's millions of people living here and there's millions of tribes and a lot of them never even communicated with each other, that means that we have this family tree that goes way back. That means that there's a million different aspects that go into who we are as one. That is an ethnogenesis if you've ever heard one. Don't let nobody tell you that there was like one group of people walking in North America. Don't let nobody tell you there was 2 groups of people. Don't let nobody tell you there was 3 groups of people. It's just like here now. You got all these different families, all these different people, all these different bloodlines, but it's the same lineage. It's the same exact thing back then. Meaning our ethnogenesis was comprised of over millions of different tribes on top of millions of different people. That makes us so pure and so distinct from everyone else. It's phenomenal. See, when they try to tell you that there was like 3 of us and there's like 3 tribes of us and we all interconnected, family, like I said, they didn't talk on a cell phone if you were an indigenous tribe in Louisiana and you were an indigenous tribe in Tennessee. They didn't know each other. But guess what? They ended up having an offspring and an offspring and an offspring, and all of those millions of indigenous Black Americans here in North America, they all met up. They all created us further along the line, which makes us more pure as that indigenous excellence in which our sister just stated. That makes us powerful. When they tell you that there was 3 tribes of us, that means that they can bring in 5 tribes of Africans, 5 tribes of Mexicans, 5 tribes of Tontos, right? When you know that there's millions of us, oh, you can't outdo that. So there's millions of us for hundreds of thousands of years, and it's pure, and it's all right here. Fam, that's the beauty of this generation. We know these things. So we have taken the genealogy that we know from just tracking these people, and then we've added that genealogy to where we are today. Look at this as well. More and more people are talking that talk. Watch this as well. You keep hearing the same things, family. You ain't seeing all these people saying the same exact things, and they ain't saying it from the same exact place. We run this.
Every other race have their own subgroups, like cultural diversity and ethnic breakdowns. But when it comes to us over here, the indigenous over here is hard to believe. What I mean by that is, like, look at Asians. You got Filipino, Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, like even with the Spanish people, Spanish have like what? You have Mexican and then Cuban, and you have what? Dominican, and then Peruvian. But when it comes to the indigenous people of America, you're only African American. That's it. That's all. That don't seem weird to y'all? Are we okay with that? That don't seem weird to y'all? And then when you try to vocalize that, oh well, I have my own cultural differences as well. No, how dare you? Like, what? You're only African American, although I have never ever freaking stepped foot in Africa a day of my life. Them people didn't even really like me at first, and probably still don't, until just now. All I've ever known was here. Like, ancestry go back, way back, here. But we're not allowed to have our ethnic breakdowns and cultural diversity as Indigenous Americans here. Like, what? Like,
you notice that, right? How many inequities are there? How many falsified statements are there? How many times do you catch yourself saying things like, "What, we're not allowed to have this, everybody else has"? It's the in-laws. They try to get us to play by the in-laws, and I don't mean your relatives, okay? They try to get us to play by the game of we all the same. We all have this one way. No, everybody else, they don't get reclassified and reclassified and reclassified. Why the hell we do? Everybody else, they get to have all these different subgroups. Look at it. You could talk about a Latino or Hispanic names in which the dominant society came up with those. Okay? You can Cubans, Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, Puerto Ricans. You could talk about Mexicans. None of them like Haitians and Dominican Republican people, but you know, it is what it is. But all of these people got all these different subgroups that fall under that. We can only be African American, yet we predate all of them, and they never been to Africa. The days of them classifying us what they want to classify us as are over. The days where we classify ourselves is what it is. This is why we say, family, this is a reparations generation. It's a renaissance. It's lineage, heritage, and culture. For the very first time in American history, we have classified ourselves, and we rejected all of their reclassifications on top of reclassifications. All of that stuff is over with. No longer will you tell us who we are. We gonna tell you exactly who the hell we are. That's the way that it's gonna be, and ain't nothing gonna change, fam. This is the new time and the new era, and this is the way it should have always been. And when you talk about being a family, when you start talking about being certified, you start talking about being who you are. Let me be who I am. Since we are certified foundational Black American family, since we are about that life to the fullest, let me show y'all my grandparents. I'm going to show y'all my grandparents, and I want you to see all of the indigenousness all in my bloodline, which is in your bloodline, and let everybody know that we push the line. Ain't no wanna be, could be, should be, ain't no African, no Jamaican, no Haitian. It's just Indigenous, foundational Black American history. Y'all want to show, some real facts, family? Let me tell y'all this. Say hello. These are my two grandparents right here. That's my grandmother, and that is my grandfather, straight up and down. And you looking at North Carolina, and you looking at Kentucky. Ain't never been to Zimbabwe, ain't never been to the Senegal, damn sure ain't been to no Ivory Coast. This is foundational Black American made, foundational Black American stayed, and ain't never ran, ain't never fled, and ain't never hid. No, no, no. That's my family right damn there. And you can tell off top, this is the way it is. And I'm talking about the way we push our Indigenous heritage and culture. This is what we're doing now. We're letting the world know you're not going to dictate to us who we are. We're going to dictate to you. You're not going to tell us what we need to do. We're going to tell you what we going to do. And matter of fact, we ain't even going to tell you. We're going to block you or we're going to step on you. That's the way we move it. That's the way we are. And you want to talk about love? You're talking about love. I'm talking about FBA love. When my grandmother passed, my grandfather passed immediately after because he couldn't live without his love. Okay. And they had 9 babies. All right, that real love, you dig? So this is FBA culture. This is FBA lineage, heritage, and culture. And I know my story is like your story. And the more we putting out our story is the way we're changing this damn world. Whether these haters like it or not, they just got to deal with it. And if they don't like what we say, we're going to block their ass any goddamn way. You feel me? So that right there, that's my family right there. So y'all know I showed my great-great-grandma. I showed somebody who was like 5 generations way back. Show my grandmother, show my grandfather. This is it. It's a collection of who we are, family. You know what I'm saying? So we stay, hair was laid too. But y'all see where I got my hair from. You know what I'm saying? Hair was laid too, real fresh. And my grandfather was a horse trainer. Don't let these people get us twisted. My grandfather was a horse trainer during the middle of Jim Crow. So he was around all them damn white folks. So he done seen some things. The Kentucky Derby, all of that. He had horses on the Kentucky Derby. Well respected. You feel me? So yeah, my bloodline is heavy here in the United States of America. We ain't no damn African. And I refute anybody who tries to put that on any of us. We talking about that real line. Y'all look at this right here, fam. This is what I'm talking about. When I say we blocking people, we blocking people. Y'all remember that dude I played y'all last week when he was running around here and he was saying he was an American? What we say, fam? Africans used to say that they look like Americans, but now you got Africans who are saying that they're Americans that get mistaken for Africans. I can't even keep up with all that nonsense. But look at this, fam. I posted that, boy, and I had them damn tethers triggered as hell. Boy, them tethers was triggered. I played a clip of what we talked about last week, and as I did it, they was mad. Do you know a dusty, rusty, and always musty tether got in the chat? And this individual said, meanwhile, she talking about me. He looked like my uncle-in-law. Who the hell got an uncle-in-law? Now listen. This is somebody named Quinjama. I don't even know who she is. She says, meanwhile, he looked like my uncle-in-law in Africa. I can't with you foundational idiots. Every day you wake up to a B-I-T-C-H. What? She can't even spell. You wake up to a B-I-T-C-H about how you apostrophe R. She left a Y out and everything. Okay. Anything else but African. Yep, because I'm everything except African. You self-centered retards really think immigrants come here for you when you leave your comfort zone to work. Family, somebody get a Tether Stone, okay, hooked on foo-foo, because I can't read none of this. I don't know what the hell she's trying to say. So she said I look like her uncle-in-law in Africa, and she can't even spell it when she's saying it. This is what they was doing. They was mad. They was like, how dare they don't want to look like us? But fam, let me tell y'all what she looked like. Y'all look at this. Y'all look at this woman trying to tell me I look like her uncle-in-law. Hell no. Look at this right here. Your uncle-in-law look like a fleer. Look at that. That's her. This her right here. Look at this. Y'all think we gonna take back talk from this? You think this right here is gonna talk back to us? She got on a pink George Washington wig. How you got on a pink George Washington wig? This is not 1776, okay? I know in 1776, y'all was getting colonized, so I know you may not understand or comprehend what we do. I know you done put some strychnine in your jollof, okay? So you having a hard time. You done have some foo-foo poisoning, all right? Let me clear it up for you. You can't have no pink wig and be trying to tell us who we are over here. You can't have no pink wig and be trying to tell us we look like your uncle-in-law, okay? Your uncle-in-law, you don't even know your uncle-in-law because your uncle-in-law, he left 10, 12, 15, 30 damn years ago to flee any damn way. So you're already lying there. And fam, this is an FBA block party. Let me tell you how the game go. We ain't got time for these people. So she did that, and guess what Black Alpha did? I did what all y'all doing, what everybody's doing on TikTok, what everybody's doing on Instagram, on Facebook. We went ahead and blocked her. Block. We ain't going back and forth. Let me tell you something. I'm living my best life. I ain't going back and forth with no tether. I'm living my best life. I ain't going back and forth with no tether. Hell no. Take your tether ass on out of here. You and your third, 14th, 5th uncle. And by the way, your uncle, you was probably given to him in an arranged marriage, okay? And you definitely can't talk to me when you're running around here with that on your head. So that mop you call a hairstyle does not compute with us, especially when you get it from these people right here. Family, what are we talking about here in these streets? Okay, what are we talking about in these streets? If you have goat milk, you can't talk to me, all right? If you have a pink George Washington wig, you can't talk to me. If you have jollof poisoning, you can't talk to me, all right? If you mix your fufu with mayo, you can't talk to me. Anybody who's still running around here looking like that is disqualified from a conversation with anybody who's certified. Fam, this is what we're going to have to start saying. You disqualified from talking to certified, and you getting blocked. So I want all y'all tethers just to know we not seeing you, we not hearing you, we just blocking you. And what happens to a tether when they're blocked? Because the only thing a tether thought they had was trying to get foundational Black Americans to pay attention. When foundational Black Americans ain't paying attention and we ain't gonna listen, the only thing you got left, I guess, is Rwanda and Uganda. So it's over for y'all. It's up for us. And guess what? Ain't it what it's always been? Go ahead and have fun with that lady who's the mother of Africa, who said that she's going to come on over there and she's going to break your house down with a sledgehammer. And tell Tom Homan I said, what up, though? Family, you're dealing with people who are fleers versus people who are foundational. You're dealing with people who are stealers when you're dealing with builders. You're dealing with people who came up and made something for ourselves versus people who can't make something. People who hate melanin, people who cannot stand black folks, but people who love Mayo and Miracle Whip. You ask them right now, you want melanin or Miracle Whip? They gonna take Miracle Whip every damn time, and that's sad, all right? When I say that's sad, they down bad, and they came over here to get a date with Chad. And a lot of them come over here to get a date with Karen. Family, look at this. This is what's going on over there in Africa, and it's a sad, sad affair. But damn it, this is what they love to do. So when I say with them, they love Miracle Whip over any form of melanin, this is what I'm talking about. Look at them putting on a show for them W's. Watch this.
If you're pregnant, I want you to raise your tummy up. Say, Paso on your no. Say, Ekaso Shibile. Louder, louder. Don't. This is, you know. Say, Ekaso Radubo. Wait like this. Say, Ekaso Radubo. Wait to them.
Family, look at this old lady over there laughing at. They laughing at you. Look at these people. They laughing at her. She over there thinks she eating. She over there thinks she eating, fam. She Jollof juking. She over there Jollof juking, thinking that she doing something. They laughing at you. She over there thinks she like, hi, them white folks is over there clowning. This is what you still doing in the 21st century? Ain't this what got you colonized? Ain't this what got you scrambled for Africa? Ain't this what got you Berlin conferenced? This is what we talking about? How come no Pan-Africans don't call out this behavior? You need to quit worrying about FBA. We're going to be all right. We got a house, not a village. You need to be worried about this right here.
That's from your feet. Hello, neighbors. Good afternoon, neighbors. Everything you just said, you're greeting the family. So we're going to stand up. Everybody, we're going to stand up. So we're going to greet the way they greet in.
What is that man doing on the floor? What is he doing on the floor? What are they doing? What is this, some type of tether ritual? This must be the colonizer ritual. If they doing this now, what the hell were they doing during the scramble for Africa? Damn, they'll do anything for some mayo.
In England, we don't go on our knees. What do? We shake hands. But don't shake them. Stretch out your hands, everybody. Put your hands like this. Pretend.
I be damned, family. This is what we talking about. They over there, I don't know what the hell they up to. All I know, she's singing a song. Mayos was laughing, and she thought she was eating. Gosh damn. Cringe is the word. Absolutely, positively. I be damned. No, you not like us. I'm sorry. That's what it is, fam. You're just nowhere near like us. Don't want you to be. Stay over there. Stay away from me. I'm good. We over here doing our FBA thing. I don't want none of that, fam. None of that at all. But it goes to show you what we're always talking about. We're different. We stand on business, and they stand next to the dominant society as far as they can, any way they can, and it's just what it is. Shout out, family. I see you. What up, though? This is what we're talking about. You know, whenever you deal with the dominant society, exactly the way it's going to play out. You know, when you deal with the dominant society, exactly what you're going to get in return. And the fact that in return, this is what y'all getting, but you're so worried about FBA, a lot of brothers and sisters is looking and they're like, well, hold on now. How come you not talking about the problems going on over there? Everybody's mimicking our talking points. Everybody's starting to say what we've been saying, okay? This brother right here, he starts saying, well, are we going to talk about, say, Jamaica and all the things going on over there? Where in the world, when you're colonized, do you have time to worry about Black Americans? That's just what I'm asking. When you don't control your hospitals, you don't control your airports, you don't control your politicians, family, everything that we see when we deal with these tethers, those are just things on the surface. They don't control their politics. We very rarely even get to that because, you know, we're so occupied talking about they don't control their homeland, they don't control their village, they don't control anything on their day-to-day basis. They don't even control their own politicians. Their politicians all live in England, and then they give birth to a bunch of people who live in England. When we see those black Brits ain't nothing different than folks who are being pumped out from Africans who flee over there. The same way that their politicians do. Fam, their politicians flee to England the same way the regular people flee. When your politician flees, damn. Because remember, 99% of African politicians don't even live in Africa, right? So people are coming out now and they're like, yo, well, hold on now. How come your priorities is all tangled and twisted? How about this Jamaican guy who's like, yo, why don't y'all talk about how you don't control your own roads over there?
When are we going to start talking about the fact that both of our airports are owned by a Mexican company? When are we really going to actually talk about the fact that all of the infrastructure work and major government contracts and major development is done by the Chinese or the French or the Dutch? When are we actually going to discuss that the King of England is still the head of state of Jamaica and we're independent with our Governor General? When are we going to acknowledge the fact that the King and the Crown of England is the largest landowner in Jamaica? I'm sorry, but and I remember some of us show word after people, you know, and look iPad forward, you know, and bone weed, you know, and scrounge off of daddy's money, you know, and pretend to train racers and them thing there. But some of the time, you know, my brain itch and things get stuck in my mind and I can't stop thinking about them. And I have to start talk about them. You understand me? Some of us, when everybody ready for handle them, the discussion, they make me know you see it because, yeah, I'm starting to get bustle now. You understand me? I also want to talk about the fact that I would probably never ever be able to own a home or a piece of real estate because of the overinflation of our market done by the widespread fraud that's trying to be perpetrated by all of the investment banks. When are we going to discuss that, people? Anyways, I'm going to tell somebody for something, mother, and everybody will laugh at that video and everybody will ignore this one. Ganja class.
So basically what you told me is that if you say anything about bettering Jamaica and getting from underneath the armpit of the dominant society, fellow Jamaicans will be mad at you. See, that's the difference, fam. We call out people who snuggle up next to the dominant society. We call out people who make deals with the dominant society. If you go against Black Americans and you side with W's, Black Americans got terms for you. COON, smuts, sambos, tap dancers, bootlicks, you name them. Well, you got to understand it's the reverse when you're dealing with the diaspora. The diaspora, they attack people who don't want to get next to the dominant society. Understand the logic there, family. We call out people who want to be next to W's. They call out people who don't want to be next to W's. That's why they got a problem with us. See, we got to understand that people should have knew this a long time ago. All right. Your homeland doesn't go into ruins unless it had participation and collaboration with the majority of the public. That's what it is. The reason why Black Americans are in the position that we're in is because the majority of us stood up and fought back. How do you know? It's because we have terms for people who sell out. Again, I'm still waiting on someone to tell me what is the term for people who sell out over there. What's the term? There ain't no term for people who sell out over there. You know what? Like I said, you know what we call people who sell out, and sell out is the good term. Y'all know what I'm talking about. What they call people who sell out over there is just a regular person. There's no such thing as the term sell out because selling out is good. You only say someone sold out when they did something bad, they went against the grain. When selling out is going with the grain, then that just means that's how regular people are. So they didn't sell out, they bought in, and everybody wants to buy in. If you notice, fam, they don't like Black Americans because we push back against the dominant society. That's the same exact reason why Africans and Jamaicans and Haitians don't like any of their freedom fighters who care about Africa, Jamaica, or Haiti, is because they push back against them as well. Anybody who fights against the system of supremacy is deemed as an enemy by all of the Jamaicans, Haitians, and Africans. The majority of them. Somebody gonna say, how could you say the majority? Because I can look at how the majority of your country is. Remember now, your country, y'all always tell us, is y'all there, okay? Africa is predominantly melanated people. Haiti is predominantly melanated people, okay? Jamaica is predominantly melanated people. So if you have a predominantly melanated homeland, but yet those melanated people are not in control, then that means the majority of y'all subscribe to supremacy. You can't say that with us because as many of us are, we are still only 13% of the population and still be out here standing on business, still love ourselves, still say I'm black and I'm proud. Y'all say everything the opposite of that, and you got the numbers. You do less with more. We do more with less. As simple as that. So we can't be confused whenever these individuals crash the hell out against us, because they crash the hell out against their own people. Like I said, go right now, South Africa. They cannot stand Julius Malema. You just seen the EFF took a horrible loss during the election. You know why the EFF took a horrible loss during the election? They took a horrible loss during the election, the same reason why Tethers come over here and they don't like black Americans, because they view what Malema talks about as a threat to white mommy and daddy, the same way they view what you say as a threat to white mommy and daddy. I'm gonna tell you right now, go against the system of supremacy, and your number one enemy is not even going to be supremacists. It's going to be supremacist minions and puppets, because remember, they send out the minions and the puppets before they ever come calling. You know what I'm talking about. You call out the dominant society right now, and you're going to have Africans, Haitians, and Jamaicans who are going to be mad at you. How do you know? Because they get mad at fellow Africans, Haitians, and Jamaicans in their homeland, and then they come over here and want to fight us. It's almost as if they're on this like world tour to stop us from fighting supremacy. Doesn't it kind of come across that way, y'all? Doesn't it really come across that way? It's like the Africans fight in the name of supremacy in Africa. They find anybody who's against supremacy and then they attack them. And then they migrate way over here to America. They find us who goes against supremacy and then they attack us. Is this really about them coming over here for a better life? Is this really about them coming over here to get established in America? Or is this really about them being a human shield for the dominant society? How do you know this? Because every single time they mention the dominant society, they always bring up how black Americans need to be more like them. That's what they always say, fam. You need to be more like the dominant society. You need to be more like them. How come they always use the dominant society as they're absolutely, it's weird as hell, ain't it? I see you, Ronnie. It's weird. It's bizarre because our minds can't wrap our brain cells around that type of logic because we stand on business. It's a very bizarre thing. Be honest with you too, y'all. It's a bizarre thing that I don't think brothers and sisters in the past comprehended. I'm going to be honest with you. I think a lot of people were misguided. A lot of our leaders were even misguided back in the day. And I don't blame our leaders for being misguided from back in the day. It's because our leaders, they don't understand. Well, back then they didn't have as much communication. We got to remember this, fam. And I'm going to make this clear. All these people who run around and they talk about, well, Martin Luther King was a Pan-African. Malcolm X was a Pan-African. Huey Newton was a Pan-African. No, they were not. They were people who were about unity against supremacy. But let me tell you this. All three of them were unalived and they passed away before they seen what Pan-African really was. All right. Notice this. When Malcolm X went to the World Court, he went over to Africa first and he met up with all the different people in Africa and he started talking about taking the fight against supremacy to the World Court. How many of those African leaders took up his cause after he was unalived? When Malcolm passed away, not one African leader that he was over in Africa with, when everyone's saying Malcolm was a Pan-African and we so wrong for not doing what Malcolm did, then how come none of those African leaders picked up the case against the United, or for black people in the world against the United Nations? How come nobody picked that up? Nobody did nothing. They didn't do, matter of fact, they ended up selling out. They ended up selling out all the countries. Look at the countries that Malcolm X traveled over to. Look at all the countries that he was making friends with. And look how the condition they are after Malcolm passed away. They all cut deals with the dominant society. Matter of fact, if you really want to go there, look at the Haitian Revolution. The Haitians fought off the dominant society, went back after they beat them and cut a deal with them. And everybody who fought the dominant society ended up taking them out. It's the same exact thing. When Malcolm was there, and Malcolm was bringing that black American energy, because Malcolm was a foundational black American, okay? When Malcolm was over there, and they was all on that side. Yeah, man, we're going to go to the World Court with you. They was really eating off that FBA energy like they do when they come over here. Y'all know when they come over here, they be acting like us and they act like they're these riders against supremacy. Okay, that's what they were doing with Malcolm. They were pretending that they was down. They was like, yeah, Malcolm, we going to the World Court. We going to hold things down, because they were seeing that Malcolm brought that we fight supremacy energy over there. And they was perpetrating like that's how they are. He was bringing that FBA vibration. They wanted a part of it. Soon as Malcolm passed away, they didn't do nothing. Not a damn thing. Same thing with Dr. King. When Dr. King was unalive, they didn't do a damn thing. when COINTELPRO went after the Black Panther Party. And remember, the Black Panther Party was in Angola. They were in the Philippines. Not one of those people picked up the same action. How come none of them African leaders came and helped assist with the food programs after the Black Panther Party? As a matter of fact, the Black Panther Party went bankrupt. Where'd all that Pan-African money help the Black Panther Party not go bankrupt? You mean to tell me with all the stuff that Black Panthers were doing, they literally had a base in Angola? Kathleen Cleaver, Eldridge Cleaver, they were in Angola. All right. They were making all of these friendships and allies with all of these different Africans. Not one African stepped to the plate and said, hey, here's some money, Black Panthers, so you don't go bankrupt. All right. Bobby Seale ran for mayor in Oakland, California. Here's some money, Bobby Seale, for your campaign. All right. Here's some money, Huey Newton. Huey Newton pretty much died broke and nobody gave him no money. So where were all these Pan-African allies? How good did Pan-Africanism help our leaders that everybody tries to tell us and shame us and say that they were Pan-Africans? How good did Pan-Africanism serve them when they were alive and when they passed away? Nothing. They just dismissed every one of them and they went right on back and they start cutting them same deals with the dominant society. Do not tell me about how our leaders in the 60s and 70s were Pan-Africans. Our leaders in the 60s and 70s were trying out allyship with the world. Because remember, there was no internet. This was the first time. A lot of people don't bring this up. When you start talking about the 50s, really damn the 50s, when you start talking about the 60s and the 70s, this was the first time people started to really catch flights and travel globally. There was no global Black empowerment previous to the 60s and 70s. So this was the very, very first time that people were able to travel the world and go see other melanated people out there. They try to make it look like Black folks were catching flights in the 20s and the 30s. And when Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and the Black Panthers showed up, we were already 50 years deep into Pan-Africanism. No, we weren't. No, the hell we weren't. By the time Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, and the Black Panther Party popped up, that was the very first time when people really started circumventing the planet and flying and catching flights. Black folks wasn't catching no damn planes to Africa in the 1920s. I'm here to tell that to everybody. This was the very, very first time that we were really starting to get interactions with Africa. So they didn't really know too much about people from the other side, only what they either read or the very small communications they had. It was the very first time. So this wasn't something that they knew and they were like, we Pan-Africans and that's what it is. They were seeing what it was like. They were making friendship and allies. A lot of them didn't last and live long enough to see how it went through. And after it went through, all of those Pan-Africans sold them out. So that's exactly what it is. Let's be real. A lot of those Africans were stealing our FBA vibrations anyway, because Martin Luther King come around, Malcolm X, I damn sure know when Malcolm came around, they was like, yeah, man, by any means necessary. Yeah, you buy any sellout necessary. So that's the misnomer in which they tell. We're going to get to the real today. We're going to talk that real talk about Pan-Africanism. I'm tired of these people trying to use quotes from Dr. Martin Luther King, quotes from Malcolm X, and try to tell me that they're Pan-Africans. We should be too. No, they were out there for the very first time in humanity, traveling the world and meeting other melanated and quote unquote Black people, and they were getting a feel for it. Don't tell me Malcolm X was 50 years into Pan-Africanism. He was getting a feel for it. Don't tell me Martin Luther King was 50 years into Pan-Africanism. He was getting a feel for it. We know now what they ended up doing when they sold out Malcolm. We know now what they ended up doing when they sold out Martin. So we had the advantage to be like, whoa, hell no. I seen what you did to Malcolm. They think it's a flex to say Malcolm X was a Pan-African. In reality, it makes us step away from Pan-Africanism more because we've seen how they turncoated on them. You didn't go to the United Nations. You didn't stand up for the Black Panther Party. You didn't assist any Black person. There is no documented evidence of Haitians, Jamaicans, or Africans doing anything of significance to assist the struggle of Black Americans here in America. But there is documented evidence of us sacrificing our lives to help you in Africa. How in the hell are the people that represent 13% of the population doing more for the continent with nothing but Black folks than that whole continent of Black folks? That whole continent of Black folks, y'all got 1 billion people, and you ain't came over here to help us with just a few million. Last time I checked, 1 billion, 1 million. Why the hell is the million getting on the elevator, going from the second floor all the way up to the 35th floor to help you when you can't just come down and help me? So we now know that it's good to stand away from Pan-Africanism based on the fact of how they treated us. That's the real fact. So I send a certified salute to all the brothers and sisters back in the day. I commend them for looking at the global system of supremacy and wanting to make allies with other people. However, I see the two sides of that. I see the way that those people they were making allies with not only sold out Malcolm, sold out Martin, sold out the Black Panther Party, they also sold out their homelands in the process. Go look at where our brothers and sisters were and go look at where those people are now. Watch this right here, family. This shows you exactly what we're talking about the way people view things and the way things are different. There's a different mentality. The mentos is absolutely different. This lady says American media messed up African Americans to our image to the diaspora. Y'all watch this real quick. Watch.
So growing up in Jamaica, my first experience of an American was white American, and most Jamaicans growing up back then would tell you that Americans were the Americans that we saw in the flesh were white. Black Americans were people that we saw in music videos or on TV and being talked about by their own comedians on like Def Jam comedy and all of those things. So most people did not have a wide interaction with Black Americans, but white Americans, as you know, traveled vastly and they went to countries and they were the ones telling the Black American story to other Black people.
Stop. Family, boy, I'll be in here cooking. You know what time it is, fam. We rocking. She just said what I just said. She just dismantled the whole Malcolm X was a Pan-African and so was Martin. Did she not just say that Black people were not traveling the world when she was younger? Did she not just say it was the white man that was doing the traveling? So that proves my point that when Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were traveling, that was the very first time there was communication amongst foreign Blacks and domestic Blacks. So again, the Tethers keep proving our points, family. How on one hand can they tell us that we got a bad message from you from TV? Wait a minute. I thought that we've been flying around the world since 1910. Y'all tell us that we've been flying around the planet Earth, meeting different people since 1910. And then on the other hand, you tell us that we weren't flying around and you got all your images from TV. If we was flying to your homeland, you wouldn't need the TV. Nice try.
That Americans were the Americans that we saw in the flesh were white. Black Americans were people that we saw in music videos or on TV and being talked about by their own comedians on like Def Jam comedy and all of those things.
Def Jam comedy. First off, it was Def Comedy Jam. Okay. Miss Jerk Chicken. First off, family, this woman is talking about the 1990s. Family, y'all, I got my family in the house. When was Def Comedy Jam? Was Def Comedy Jam, wasn't that like 92, 93, 94? Before I proceed this video, somebody give me the answer to that. Somebody, because it's very, very pivotal and very, very vital that I get that information before I roast Miss Jamaican Jerk Chicken, okay? Somebody tell me, because last time I checked, Def Comedy Jam was in the 90s. It was so she's saying she didn't know Black folks until the 90s? 1992? Okay. All right. Yeah, Jerk Chicken. 1992? So she's saying she had no idea about Black Americans other than TV before 1992, 1991, 92, 93, the early 90s was your introduction to Black people? But you want to tell me that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X knew so much about Africans back in the 60s? So if in the 60s we knew so much about Africans, how come she's telling us she didn't know nothing about us until the mid-90s? I'll be damned. Family, we ain't here preaching, we ain't here reaching, and we doing all the teaching. Yes, indeed. I told you, you let Tethers talk, and they will prove FBA right 100 times out of 100. She just proved our point again. It can't be that we knew so much about Africa in the 60s and 70s, and at the same time, you didn't know nothing about us until Def Comedy Jam in the 90s. Get your story straight. You're telling some tales, Miss Jerk Chicken.
So most people did not have a wide interaction with Black Americans, but white Americans, as you know, traveled vastly and they went to countries and they were the ones telling the Black American story to other Black people. And the American media did not help. So I'd like to address the American media. Growing up in the 90s, I had the privilege of being exposed to American movies and TV shows, American comedy. And I believe, so growing up in Jamaica, my first experience of an American was white American. And most Jamaicans growing up back then would tell you that the Americans that we saw in the flesh were white. Black Americans were people that we saw in music videos or on TV and being talked about by their own comedians, and because Black Americans were not traveling as much as they are.
Wait a minute, Black Americans weren't traveling. I thought they said that we was catching flights in 1913. I thought they said that we were Pan-Africans since 1912. I thought they said that we were traveling the whole planet Earth in 1807. Family, can y'all give me the correct numbers? Because Tethers tell us that Pan-Africanism started in 1806. Am I wrong, or was it 1705? Okay, I'm not sure, because they told us that Black Americans been flying around the whole planet and all of our leaders were Pan-Africans and we knew them for years. Was it 1813 or was it 1702? I'm not sure which one it was, because again, just like Tethers, I'm hearing 100 different stories. She's saying we didn't fly. Other people say we were flying around since 1807. I'm hearing a gang of different stuff. And it's more people basically trying to say, I saw Americans as white people because that's what I wanted to see them as. Just say exactly what it is, Rebecca Marley.
Are now. And so you push out this narrative about these people through shows like Martin, Def Jam, Comedy, Living Color, Dave Chappelle Show, the Kings of
Dave Chappelle Show? Man, if she don't get the hell out, Dave Chappelle Show was in the 2000s. Family, did she just jump 15 years? She was like, back when the Cosby Show, and then after the Cosby Show, you had the Eddie Griffin Show. She said you had Rakim, and then after Rakim, there was Kendrick Lamar. She leaving out decades. Did she just go all the way, fam, to the Dave Chappelle Show? So you got your idea about Black Americans from the Dave Chappelle Show in the 2000s. But you just told me, Jamaican jerk chicken lady, that you got yours from Def Comedy Jam in 91. 91 and 2005 are not in the same decade. No, they ain't even in the same century. She done skipped centuries, y'all. She don't know what the hell she said. Just say it. I love white people. White people is who we see as white. White is America. I don't want Black people to be from America because that means that you guys built America. It's really white, 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 white. If it ain't white, it ain't right. Just say it. This is like the most roundabout way of saying white is right. That's really what she's saying. This is it's the government, but she's doing it's the media. She's doing it's the media. It's the media. Okay, this is what she's doing. She done went from 1991 to 2006. She went from the 90s to the 2000s. She went from the Cosby Show to Dave Chappelle. She done threw Chris Tucker in there, Martin Lawrence. She said she got it from the Kings. I know she's not about to say the Kings of Comedy. Fam, if she says Kings of Comedy, I'm stopping the video. I'm stopping the video. She's about to say Kings of Comedy. Do not say Kings of Comedy, Miss Jerk Chicken.
Comedy, Living Color, Dave Chappelle Show, the Kings of Comedy.
Oh, God.
And so this is going out to the world. And then, of course, the hip-hop culture, rap culture.
Oh, my goodness. She said the Kings of Comedy. She's like, let me be real. It was that Bernie Mac. We did not know black until Bernie Mac. When we seen Bernie Mac was black, then we knew Black people were on the map. We did not know what it was until we seen D.L. Hughley. D.L. Hughley told us about Jim Crow. Bernie Mac taught us about slavery. She done put Black American history on Bernie Mac. I'm done, y'all. I'm done. Yeah, you ain't lying. She must be trolling. Did she just say she didn't know nothing about Black people until Bernie Mac? Did she go there? Don't do that to Bernie Mac. Boy, Bernie Mac will roast your ass up right now. Rest in peace, Bernie. Rest in peace, family. Bernie Mac will be lighting her ass up. Woo! You lucky you dealing with us and not Bernie Mac right now. Bernie wouldn't be going for none of that tether babble. Can y'all imagine what Bernie Mac will be saying to Tethers right now? Can y'all imagine? I'll be there.
Culture. When these people were not interacting with the other Black people from the other countries, and so we were interacting with white people who were telling the stories of Black Americans, and also American media who was pushing a certain narrative about Black people throughout the world. And so Black people are here in America trying to fight for equality, and they were also being fed that same media, right?
No, we weren't. No. Let me tell y'all, Black Americans did not get our understanding about Jamaicans and Africans from the media. We got it from y'all being taxi drivers. We talking about taxi drive. We met y'all. Don't play that stuff. Don't put that media on us. You may be sitting here talking about Bernie Mac, Martin Lawrence, Chris Tucker, D.L. Hughley. You may be sitting here talking about you got it from hip hop and Def Comedy Jam. That ain't where we understood about y'all. We were encountering y'all and seeing the way y'all disrespected us personally. Y'all, I have never met a Black American that says, I didn't know nothing about these people until I saw the media. See, they always use that media stuff on us because that's why they can blame it on the white man. We don't use the media as an excuse. We say, no. We met y'all. We know y'all. Yeah, absolutely. Them damn dollar cabs. And y'all selling them Polexes on the corner that didn't even have a damn dial on it. Nope. Y'all can use media. You want to use the media so you can take the blame off of you really just don't like Black people. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to project that onto the dominant society. We met y'all personally. Family, since we're talking about comedians, let me tell y'all right now. How many of y'all have seen Voodoo Child by Eddie Griffin? If you have not seen Voodoo Child by Eddie Griffin, go check it out. This came out in 1997, okay? This is right after Tupac and Biggie passed. If you go watch Voodoo Child by Eddie Griffin, it is phenomenal. It is one of his best comedy specials. I mean, amazing. Shout out to Eddie Griffin, Kansas City in the building. If you go, shout out to KC all day, KC Mo and KCK. All right, much respect. Go and watch Voodoo Child by Eddie Griffin, and he has a whole segment about Jamaicans, okay? And he does this little comedy sketch or whatever where he says he would get in a cab, and he said a Jamaican was like mugging him. You seen it? Okay, much respect. You seen it? And he says the Jamaican was like, "You not the original Black man." This is what a Jamaican was saying to him. This wasn't an African. This was a Jamaican saying this. We met y'all. We don't use the media as an excuse. Y'all using the media because you don't want to admit and own up to the fact that you have hatred for Black Americans. You trying to dump that off on the media, on the government, on the white man. Nope. Eddie Griffin was saying this in 1997, the same 90s that she just talking about. So don't be using comedy, Miss Jerk Curry Chicken, okay? Let's keep it real. I'm going to use some comedy to dispel your lie. I'm going to use some comedy to destroy your lie. Okay, so you use comedy to lie. I'm going to use comedy as a fact to completely demolish what you're talking about. He ended up saying that he got in the car and the Jamaican was like, "You not the original Black man." And he was saying how Black American is not an American. And I promise y'all, Eddie Griffin said, how in the hell am I going to be from a place I ain't never been to before? That's what he, fam, tonight, when you, I don't give a damn how you got to find it, whatever. Go watch Voodoo Child from Eddie Griffin. He was talking about Tethers way back in 1997. Way back in 97. He said a Jamaican told him he's not an original Black man and he really needs to go to Africa. That's what he told him. And Eddie Griffin said, how the hell am I going to go to a place that I ain't never been to? You can check it out. Shout out to Eddie Griffin. Shout out to Voodoo Child, a phenomenal one. Then Paul Mooney, he also had the same thing. He said he went to Jamaica, and when he got to Jamaica, an African told him, "Welcome home, brother." A lot of people don't remember this. Man, hold on. Damn her. We'll get to her in a minute. Forget her. Okay? A lot of people don't remember this, fam. Tell me if y'all remember. Remember Jamaicans and Haitians used to act like they were African to Black Americans? Let me go ahead. Let's go down to Tether history. How many of y'all remember that? How many of y'all remember that? Now we see the Africans saying, "Come back to Africa. Y'all really African." In the early 2000s and the 90s, Jamaicans used to flex on us like Jamaica was Africa. And they would be telling us, "Welcome home." This is what Paul Mooney was talking about. People would travel to Jamaica, and Jamaicans had a whole package of "Welcome home, Black man." Y'all remember them commercials? "Come to Jamaica and feel all right." They were pushing Jamaica like it was Africa. And they was like, "Oh, you're not the real one." This is why Eddie Griffin and this is why Paul Mooney both said that they went to Jamaica and Jamaicans were saying that was the motherland and we ain't nowhere near. This is how lowly they felt about us. This is how lowly. We had people who weren't even from Africa trying to pull the motherland stuff on us. Jamaicans and Haitians were acting like Jamaica and Haiti were the motherland to Black Americans. This is how disrespectful and how down and how far away they saw us. All this stuff now about y'all really Black and come home. They didn't tell us that back in the old days. Back in the old days, they went out their way to tell us that we were not them. That's why Eddie Griffin said the dude told him, "You're not the original Black man." See, now they want to be us. They didn't want to be Black Americans back in the day, fam. Let's make this clear. I remember back in the old days when Jamaicans and Haitians, They wanted to tell us we were not them. Y'all remember that? They went out of their way to be like, Black Americans are not, no way. They told us we weren't Black. Y'all remember that? Fam, forget just about Africa and Jamaica. I remember when Africans and Jamaicans told Black Americans we weren't even Black people. They didn't want nothing to do with us. Soon as we start talking about dollar bills and reparations, this is when you got all of that, y'all really Black and y'all need to come home. People don't understand. It's relatively new of Africans trying to claim us, of Jamaicans trying to claim us. This is all new stuff. And I'm talking about new like within the last 5 to 10 years. When you started seeing the reparations movement, then you start to see Africans and Jamaicans claim us. Anywhere before 2015, Africans and Jamaicans, they didn't want nothing to do with us. They told us we weren't even Black. Yep. Jamaicans used to act like Jamaica was Africa. And they told us we need to come to our homeland of Jamaica or our homeland of Haiti. Yes, they did. Nobody wants to talk about that, family. Nobody wants to talk about that. This is the real. See, now we deal with these tethers. And to be real with you, tethers is kind of like a relatively new thing. How many of you guys remember when tethers came here to America? They used to lecture us. All this stuff now where we are Black brother. Y'all remember when tethers used to come to America and they told us that we didn't appreciate America? Y'all remember that? Tethers used to come here, Jamaicans, Haitians, Africans, and they used to be like, you guys don't appreciate this country. This country gives me everything. This country has done so much for me. That's another thing that nobody talks about with tethers. Family, there's been a remodeling of tethers the last few years. I'm telling everybody. It's been this new wave where tethers are trying to say we're them. But back in the 90s, oh man, tethers used to tell us that we were ungrateful, that we didn't respect America. We needed to all be nicer to white folks in America. That's what they did. All this stuff now where you guys don't want to fight supremacy with me. That's them trying to talk like us. All that stuff of you guys sound like the colonizer. That's them trying to talk like us. All that we go to fight with you, brother. That's them trying to talk like us. They used to get off of that plane and tell us that we were ungrateful Americans. And that's what it was. They didn't want this fact, fam. They used to want us to not be around them. And they used to tell us that we were unappreciative, no good people. And now you start seeing. So go to 2015 and multiply that. And this is why you have now a whole different wave of tether energy. Tethers weren't talking like that back in the day. Hell no. Hell no, 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 no. And shout out to everybody who knows, my brothers and sisters who remember the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s. Y'all remember tethers were acting way different. Soon as you start talking about cash payments, then they start saying all this good stuff. Y'all, they used to make it look like Jamaica was the homeland. That's what they used to do. Get that right? Okay, boom. They used to make it look like Jamaica was the homeland. That's what they did. But everything is shifted now. And this is why you start seeing the babble. This is why you start seeing her talk all that nonsense. This is why you're starting to see everybody flip the script, try to pay a different thing. She's bringing up comedians and all that. This is desperation, family. This is desperation to the maximum. You only receive that type of talk when you see these individuals mad, upset, and angry that foundational Black Americans are not falling for their games. I seen how tethers were back in the 90s. I know what people told me about the tethers in the 80s. I remember tethers in the early 2000s. And now I see this new wave of I want your money tether. And y'all know what we're going to see next, right? Now you're going to see the I got my ass blocked tether. I got deported tether. I got delineated from tether. And you're going to see that I got rejected tether. So you're going to see tether 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this new tether, oh, that's a defeated tether. You thought they was defeated before when they were doing all that tap dancing? Wait until you see the new one. And I'm going to tell y'all what's going to usher in the new energy of tethers flipping up. It's going to be our Black American women checking them. I'm telling y'all. Y'all know how I'm always emphasizing that tethers are always upset at Black American women because our Black American women are stronger than their men. Family, you know tethers are coming out and admitting it now. Now tethers are coming out and admitting, quite frankly, that they don't like Black American women because Black American women be putting their asses in the figure 4 leg lock. They be putting them in the full Nelson. Y'all look at this right here. Check this out. This is my point. When I tell y'all that these tethers are very, very angry because they grown men are babies when our sisters show up, watch. This guy, he ends up saying exactly what I've been saying. African immigrants who criticize American women. Let me translate that. African immigrants who are afraid of Black American women because Black American women stand on business and Black American women step on them. That's what it really is.
African immigrants especially African men, most especially Nigerian African men who live in America, always have some type of criticism, something negative about America, yet having the audacity to still live in America. You're an immigrant from Africa, and you're talking shit about America and Americans, and you're still living in America. And they be saying dumbass shit like, for example, every time that our women come to America from Nigeria, they start misbehaving, they start doing this, and they start, there's something about America that will just scatter your family. And this American women, there's something about American women. My brother, if you're going to be marrying a woman in Nigeria, make sure you don't bring her here, because when she gets here and she starts networking and then she start finding out how women are doing this and that, she will leave you. Share. These same biscuit and granite heads also lack the emotional intelligence and the intellect and the humility to ask themselves why.
Oh, no. It ain't about all that. No. I'm making it real simple for you. No, it ain't got nothing to do with they lack this, they lack that. It's because our sisters be mopping them up. Our sisters be mopping them up. Family, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to make this clear. I want everybody to hear me. I know, because I know I got some Tether stalkers that be listening, so they listen to this. I'm going to tell you right now, Black American women have done more to fight the system of supremacy than any African or Jamaican or Haitian man on the planet Earth. I said it. You can just remove the brothers. Brothers, we're going to step to the side real quick. I'm going to talk about our Black American women specifically have done more to dismantle the system of supremacy than all African men and women combined. Translation, our sisters alone are mopping up African men, women in the whole continent. You can add Jamaica, you can add Haiti, you can add Barbados, you can add whoever the hell you want to add. And our Black American women have done more to dismantle the system of supremacy and to usher in Black American empowerment than any of them combined. I'm talking about their militaries. Matter of fact, hold on, I'm about to take a step further. Y'all know I'm cooking tonight. It's Friday. I don't give a damn. Black American women have done more than any African army, any Jamaican army, than any Haitian army. Black American women have done better than their Air Force, than their navies, than their governors, than their mayors, than their chancellors, than their prime ministers, than their presidents, than their moms, than their dads, than their kids, than their grandparents, than their fleers, than their hoppers, than their skippers, than their jumpers, and I just got started. You take your mama, you take your wife, you take your daughter, you take your niece, you take your cousin, and she has mopped all of Africa completely. You sprinkle in some Jamaica, some Haiti, some jerk chicken, some curry chicken, and I'm telling you, Black American women have done more to stop the system of supremacy, have threw blows against more race soldiers, have stood up to more supremacists than all of them combined. And if you do not believe me, then you need to go to the library, you need to get on Google, or you can do a simple search of fighting supremacy, and I promise you, you'll see some Black American women, some with afros, some with short hair, some just with their nails, and some breaking their nails, throwing them blows. But you will not see Mr. Fufu. You will not see Mr. Jollof. You will not see Mr. Jerk Chicken. You will not see Mr. Curry Chicken. That's the difference between our sisters and all of them. And I say that with conviction. It's just different. It's just different, family. That's why we so strong. Okay, understand this, family. In order to be a person who fights the system of supremacy, a Black man, we come from Black women who have a history of standing up against the system of supremacy. So if our men come from those women, what does that make us? That makes us powerful, right? They don't come from that, okay? They mamas and daddies fled, okay? Truly, they give birth to fleers. So they're weak and they don't ever fight the system of supremacy. We come from sisters who stand on business. So a sister's going to give birth to a rider. And if a sister gives birth to a rider, and then we just keep doing that over and over and over, there you go. Let me give you all an example. I'm going to give you all a story. Real quick, I'll be brief. During the Black Panther Party height, and I think this was around the early 1970s, everyone knows there was a big, massive pop, pap, you know what I'm saying, situation with the police back in California, okay? This was a few days after Fred Hampton had passed away. I want to say this was in Oakland, all right? Well, anyway, the brothers and sisters had like a standoff with the police for hours, family. For hours, they had a standoff with police. And they was going back and forth with the police, okay? With all them pew-pews and all them pap-paps. Done story. They ran out of ammo and they had to basically come on out. They were popped out. They had to come out with their hands up. It is what it is, right? They sat there in the room. It was about 3 or 4 sisters and it was about 3 or 4 brothers. They sat there in the room and they said, okay, who's going to go out first? The brother was like, I ain't going out. He looked at the other brother. He said, hell no, they're going to have to come in here. I ain't going out. The sister said, I'll go out. The sister said, I'll go out. And if you ever look at the footage, the sister walks out with her hands up, afro out. She walked out and she was the first one. Man, this was during the lynching era. In the 1960s, you was a Black Panther and you just got into a pop out with the police. Do you understand the pride and the power it takes to do that? I'm telling you now, would no Jamaican, no African do that. And I'm talking about way back in the day, and I'm talking about right now. If they had, we'd have examples. You notice how I've got an example of this happening with footage that I've seen that you can easily go find? I'm giving you something that is documented that you can go search. Tell me the story where an African or a Haitian or a Jamaican did the same exact thing. I'll wait. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna wait because I know the answer. Nobody's moving like our sisters. So all them tethers who come over here and they be mad, they be upset, they be angry. They only are like that because it's a hard pill to swallow that in your homeland, you can slap Miss Jolloff all around. But in our homeland, our sisters gonna slap you around. There's a big difference. And let me tell y'all, since there's a big difference, it ain't just Mr. Jolloff. There's also a big, big difference with Mr. Belgrande. Mr. Belgrande be doing stuff like this. So you remember the story I just told you about our sisters? Y'all look at the story of Mr. Man Julio. He's screaming and our sisters is swinging. Y'all watch this. He's screaming, sisters are swinging. Man, he's in there whimpering, y'all. It was Felipe. Look at this, family. Illegal says he's not Felipe. You know who Felipe is? Felipe is his cousin. They snitching on each other, y'all. They out there tattletelling.
I got you. You ready? Ready?
I'm not Felipe. I am not Felipe. Felipe, he works down the street at the Home Depot. His apartment complex is 254 Beverly Hills, 90210. 902 got to go. He out there telling y'all. I told y'all we got these people fighting each other. That's what happens when you get blocked.
Get out of here. Lo dieron porque lo vieron en mi teléfono. Come on. Okay, now he's resistant. He's resistant arrest. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we're right. The floor's gonna stay right there. Put it to the side of the room where it's like this floor right here, right off the side. Okay,
out there telling, tattling, pointing the finger. Yeah, right there. You ain't lying, Pedro. Sound like a little girl. You out there screaming. But that's what they're doing, fam. They out there screaming. They out there upset because they going to Rwanda, fam. I'm telling y'all, Rwanda about to get a whole gang of Julios. Man, they've been so worried about Black Americans. I'm telling you right now, you about to be in Rwanda, and it's about to be bad dealings for you. Real bad dealings. And speaking of that, fam, let's go ahead and address this right now. I mean, we got to address something that's been, word on the curb and people been telling us about, but we see now that some things have occurred. And let me see if I can pull this up while I got the fam. Yep, there they go. Check this out right here, family. Fam, you all know Certifieds is standing on business. And I'm going to tell y'all, right, you said Fat Joe hide from ICE. You ain't lying. Fat Joe also hiding from them damn feds from that case he got. But I'm going to leave that alone. Y'all look at this right here. What the hell is this? Somebody talk to me. Did they really think that they was going to get Cynthia Erivo to play Shaka Khan? Do we got to address that, family? Let me give everybody an update on that situation, okay? Let me give everybody an update. Because, boy, the internet was ablaze. And Black Americans, we was ready. We was like, oh, we going to get them now. It has been confirmed that was all a lie. It was all a lie, family, okay? And let me say, shout out to the family, because brothers and sisters was ready to light her up. Yes, they was trying to dump this individual onto Black American culture, and it just came out that was all cap. That was all a lie. Yeah, and it ain't real. But let me tell you what I think, family. Let me tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you what I really believe, though. I need y'all to let me know if you feel me where I'm coming from with this. I'm going to be real. I think it was real. I think that they really wanted her to play Shaka Khan. I think that they was throwing out fillers. I think that they were throwing out fillers to try to get her to play Shaka Khan, and I believe the response from brothers and sisters made them immediately pull it back. Fam, AI and a bunch of different people, they was typing it in. Brothers and sisters was typing that stuff in, and it was coming out. They were saying, yeah, it's true. At first, people was like, hold on now, is this real or not? And then it came out by a lot of different folks. They was like, yeah, it's pretty much confirmed. It's going to happen and that. And then immediately following that, it was like, no, never mind. No, it ain't going to happen. No, never mind. It went real quick, fam. It pulled up real fast, and then it disappeared just as quick. I believe that they was trying to throw out some fillers, and they seen that FBA effect, that ABK. They seen that Essence Festival shut down. I think they seen that, and they was like, no, we good. I believe they pulled that one back real fast. Don't get it twisted, y'all. That's what they be doing. They be doing that. They be doing that stuff. They now kind of look and see where the crowd is going, and now they looking at FBA. They put out something on the internet, and brothers and sisters was ready to ride. I seen so many brothers and sisters, and they was like, nah, we ain't having none of that. They knew that was about to get shut down. So they just went back and said, no, we were just BSing. That ain't real. It was a joke. Because the way it came about so quick, and then the way it shifted, I don't believe it, fam. I really don't buy it. I think that was something that they really thought they was going to get off, and brothers and sisters in this era let it be known. And that proves the point, y'all. This era is well known. This thing where people don't understand what we're saying, one, we don't give a F. Two, you're going to have to deal with it whether you like it or not. And three, we ain't letting people play dumb no more. They're not going to come around here and just be like, what do you mean? We're not sure. They know. See, that's the difference between this generation and previous generations. Previous generations, the grassroots was something that not a lot of people had access to or heard. In this generation, the grassroots runs everything, and they know exactly what we're talking about. When we tell them what FBA is, they know. When we tell them what delineation is, they know. When we tell them that we will shut down any effort that you put forth, if FBA ain't rocking with it, they know. How do you know they know? It's because they'll put out little things like Cynthia Erivo playing Shaka Khan, and within 24 hours, they was like, nope, sorry, nope, no, we were just playing around. It ain't gonna happen, because they know we affected money, and that's the beauty of affecting people's money, man. ABK is real. You absolutely correct. ABK is real, and it will get you. Like we said, FBA is in the building, and this is our generation. Look at this right here, fam. You know, brothers and sisters, when we start mounting up regulators, you know they was afraid. They pulled back that stuff so quick. They said, nah, we just playing. We gonna keep it moving. Watch this right here, family.
Well, good morning, Earthlings. It's me, Miss B, your friendly alien. And I know nobody asked me, but I'm a no for Cynthia Erivo as Shaka Khan. No. Please find someone else.
So to that director that decided to cast Cynthia Erivo as we're not gonna watch that shit. Yeah. If you never had a movie to tank, this gonna be the one. I said,
See? Hey, brothers and sisters was making them threats. They know, family. Listen to that. We was warning them. Boy, we was warning them, weren't we? We was like, go ahead. Listen what the sister said. The sister straight up said it. If you want your movie to tank, you want your movie to flop, I dare you. Were we not daring them, family? We was daring them. I dare you. Cast that woman. I dare you. Cast that creature. I dare you to. Go ahead. Think it's sweet in these streets, and you're going to find out the hard way.
watch that shit. Yeah. If you never had a movie to tank, this gonna be the one. I suggest you could even get Nicki Minaj. It's plenty Americans that are, more suited.
Oh, we ain't going with Nicki Minaj neither. Nah, hell no. That ain't happening neither. That would have got shut down. We keeping it FBA, not FBA cosplay.
For the role of our iconic Shaka fucking Khan. I don't know what the fuck you was thinking, but end your career now. Okay? If you think that we finna do that. We're not watching that movie. I hope that the Africans that haven't got deported will go watch it. Because she is the reason why I didn't even watch The Wicked Witch. I still haven't seen that shit. And I'm not going to see this shit. Ryan Coogler, where are you? You are not involved in this. It shows. So to that director that decided to cast Cynthia Erivo as Shaka Khan, we're not watching it.
No, let me tell you something. First off, let me make this clear. Let me make this crystal clear. We ain't having Nikki at all because Nikki ain't FBA. And let me make this crystal. See, if you're gonna delineate, homegirl, you're gonna have to delineate all the goddamn way. All right, don't sit here and tap dance with delineation. Nope. Don't be talking about the Africans. No, all the way. Let me tell y'all some stuff about Shaka Khan. Okay, let me go ahead and give it all the way real, the way it's supposed to be, the way it's really supposed to be. Shaka Khan, I believe her people was out there and they said, nah, scratch that. I believe her people was like, nah, we ain't going for none of that. Because when you look at Shaka Khan and you start talking about real, and that's the thing too, family. Don't let these people halfway do it. Right? That's why I say real people got to come to the table. All right. If you think Nicki Minaj is still FBA, you out your damn mind. She ain't nowhere near FBA. She'll tell you she's not. So no, we ain't rocking with no damn Nicki. Okay, we ain't rocking with Cynthia Erivo. We rocking with FBA only. Hell no to Nicki. Hell no. But look at this right here, family. I want y'all to see this. Look at this. They talk about Pam Grier and Shaka Khan, and it says, we are both proudly come from Native American ancestry. Okay, check this out. She said she's a Cheyenne and I'm Blackfoot. Watch this right here as well. Classic shot from the 70s. I am ready to get back into my Native American flow. Y'all see what we're talking about? Y'all see how it's been right there in our face the whole time? We knew it, but did they know it? That's the $1 million question, y'all. We know it, but did they know it? Everybody knows off rip who we are, and Shaka Khan is Native American, indigenous, shall I say, indigenous Black American. That's what we talking about. This is a whole different game than what they've been trying to put on to foundational Black Americans. This is a whole different energy. We know who we are, and we've been saying it for the longest amount of time. How come you had all of these brothers and sisters that were representing their indigenous status and people just was talking around it? People were just acting like they didn't hear it. What you mean? Family, this indigenous status, this indigenous renaissance, it ain't nothing new, y'all. It ain't nothing new. This is what we do. We out here repping it to the fullest. So yeah, you seen these beautiful indigenous foundational Black American sisters the same way you seen our brothers for a long time. The only difference is now, y'all, is that we are putting a stamp on it. You feel me? We putting a stamp on every single thing that we do, and we're letting it be known that we move as one. And you got to be cautious because tethers are out there everywhere. And you got a lot of tethers doing a lot of strange tether things. Let me show y'all something, speaking of tethers. And boy, this lit up social media, and I had to check a hell of a lot of people, and I will continue to check these damn people. Look at this right here. Y'all got to see this. How many of y'all remember that whack rapper? This dude whacker than Fat Joe. Check this out. How many of y'all remember French Montana? Y'all remember French Montana, y'all? Look at this right here. The same French Montana that was throwing around the N-word left and right and saying that he got from the Yin Yang twins, Black American. Look at this dude now. Now he's marrying the princess of Dubai. Y'all see how these people float around our culture for so long and then they jump off of our culture when it's convenient? You see what I'm talking about? And I told you, his music was trash. You absolutely right. Never listen to his music. This dude, how do you mess up ad-libs? I heard this dude do ad-libs on the beat and his ad-libs were off beat. You know what ad-lib, all you got to do is hit him with yo, 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 yo. This man messed that up. He like, yeah. He went into a full Indian call. He went full back in the old days. Yeah, I heard he was on that Diddy juice too. Family, I told everybody, I was like, yo, this man got done cosplaying a Black American, so he slid off into his culture. All right, that's what he did. And you had a gang of people that came out there, and they was like, man, he's not Black American. He never said he was a Black American. What people need to understand, family, is that you don't have to say that you are a Black American to cosplay a Black American. So just like the last person was kind of sort of there when it came to Cynthia Erivo, but she completely swung and missed the hell out when we talking about Nicki Minaj, it's the same exact thing of cosplaying. These people cosplay Black American culture, and that does not require you saying that you're a Black American. Absolutely. This man is from Morocco. He's from Morocco, but he damn sure put on a Black American costume. Yes, the hell he did. Let's make this clear about cosplaying. Absolutely. He's in Morocco. And if anybody knows Morocco, he is an Arabic Morocco. Okay. And the Arabic Moroccos, they conquered Morocco. This is why the Moors were Arabic. A lot of people don't know that, but we know that. Okay. The Moors were Arabic speaking people because they were all victims of the Arabic slave trade. That's why when you look at Egypt, you look at Tunisia, you look at Morocco, you look at Marvia, all of those places are Arabic speaking because they were conquered. So this man is an Arab in Morocco. Do you know that the Arabic people in Morocco, they don't like dark-skinned people who are from Morocco? So he came over here and he was cosplaying Black American culture for a long time. Now, that doesn't mean that he came out and said he's a Black dude, but he was damn sure cosplaying it because people don't understand. And I'm going to go ahead and teach some people today since a lot of folks saying, because a lot of people was out there saying, he never said that he was Black. Y'all FBAs be tripping. He never said he was Black. No, but he put on the cosplaying. Cosplay means costume and play. That's what cosplay means. Look at this right here. This shows you that these individuals will ride our coattails for the longest. Don't let nobody let this slide, y'all. No, we're going to do delineation all the goddamn way. We're going to check these people all the way. We ain't going to have French Montana running around here throwing around the N-word left and right. And people say, he never said that. Look at this. The key aspects of cosplay are character representation. The goal is to accurately or creatively replicate a specific character's appearance, including their costume, hair, makeup, and props. That doesn't mean that you say you're a Black American. Cosplay means you put on a costume and you perpetrate, you pretend, you act like you are a Black American. Performance and play. Cosplayers often engage in role playing, adopting the mannerisms, the poses, and the personality of a character they are portraying. Oh, we're going to get them today. We ain't going to let nobody start remixing what cosplaying means so they can start letting people like Mr. Morocco, French Montana, throw around the N-word and go from what you twerking with, and now he out there Arab again with a princess from Dubai and all that blackness done disappeared. No, we own it, family. DJ Khaled is another one. You absolutely correct. Check this one out. Community and craft. Cosplay is a popular hobby and performance art with many participants creating their own costumes from a wide range of materials. It is also a global community, often showcased at conventions and other fandom-related events. That part. So if you running around here trying to tell me that he wasn't cosplaying because he never said he was a Black American, no, but he acted like a Black American. He spoke like a Black American. He rapped like a Black American. The man even got braids. Arabs don't have braids. I've never seen Arabs run around with braids, okay? That's what it is. You was running around here cosplaying, and we're going to get the definitions correct today. We ain't going to play this game where it gets real loose and very vague, and next thing you know, anybody just slides on in. We're going to drop receipts up in here. He been cosplaying Black American culture since day one. Justin Timberlake never said that he was a Black man, but he cosplayed as one. Elvis Presley never said he was a Black man, but he cosplayed as one. All right. You can go to Fat Joe. He never said he was a Black man. He cosplayed as one. Eminem cosplayed. Machine Gun Kelly cosplay. So if you got to wait for these people to say they're Black American, that done gave them a little out. Because next thing you know, they're going to dress like you, walk like you, talk like you, and say, I never said I was, though. To the definition, perpetrating and mimicking and putting on a costume to play. It's literally a word that is a hybrid. Cosplay, costume play. That's exactly what it means. So that man right there is a cosplayer, and we done pulled his whole card up, and we already knew he was going to go on back because now she don't realize that she done got her one of them Diddy boy toys, so they can have a lot of fun over there. But let me tell you what we're going to do over here. We ain't letting nobody slide. We ain't giving no excuses, no alibis, and no justifications. You getting checked on site, you getting wrecked on site, whether you like it or not. That right there is the definition of a cosplayer, and any other one wants to do it, and we're going to stick to the definition. We're going to stick to the definition of the term, and we're going to be very, very specific in the process. If you feel me, then that's what it is. And speaking of that, family, there's been a lot of other things that these individuals been having to deal with of cosplayers. Vanilla Ice, absolutely. Good one, Damon. Vanilla Ice never came out and said that he's a Black man. He damn sure cosplayed one. Absolutely. That's exactly how we go. Oh, we got receipts today. And speaking of receipts, fam, a lot of crazy things have been occurring out there with individuals who have been cosplaying Black Americans. And it's very good when you see things happen. Did y'all see this right here, y'all? Tell me. So we can go from the cosplaying Arabic guy to the cosplaying Indian woman. Everybody wants to be FBA, and everybody can have a face right there on that list, and they can get blocked by FBA. It's that easy. Shout out to Akon and Akon City. All nothing of it. Shout out to Wanga and all her getting fired. Shout out to Joy Reid and all her lack of hair. Shout out to Barack Obama and them jail cell bars of her Trump want to put you in. You can go on down the list. Shout out to Tyler, okay, and her passing out in her car. Sorry, hate to be you. Man, Donald Trump that came out and he revoked Kamala Harris getting protection from the Secret Service. You want to talk about petty? Damn. You want to talk about it was all good just a week ago? Damn. That's exactly what you dealing with. Absolutely. Yeah, China Mac, John Cena, Justin Bieber. Boy, y'all in there lighting up them cosplayers. Absolutely. Kamala got it down bad right now, y'all. Kamala got it so damn down bad. Donald Trump is on his revenge tour. They thought that they was going to go around and throw all these names out there, call him everything in the book, and it was just going to be sweet. No, it's not. Yeah, you ain't lying. Petty strikes again. So I guess she's going to have to use some of that bathtub collard green money, and she's going to have to provide her own protection because it ain't going to happen out there in them Strizneets. And they out there really trying to get these people. There is a real genuine thing where these individuals are trying to run from Trump because they understand Trump is just about the person that'll go and get you for all of that nonsense that you was talking about. So that's another person. And then Kamala, you know what I'm saying? You know, you've been blocked. You know, we blocked you on election day. You know, we blocked you when you showed up going off that booze. And we just quite frankly blocked your career. We blocked Kamala from ever being a president of the United States of America. I mean, you want to talk about an amazing block party. That is an amazing block party. And, you know, speaking of people who got blocked, Barack Obama, you need to bring yourself to the front of the classroom. because now they're talking about being more petty. And again, Donald Trump's just the person to do it. Donald Trump is on his revenge tour. You done seen them all. You name them. Brandon Johnson, you next. But y'all know they out here talking about arresting Barack Obama. Yep, because we blocked Barack Obama's legacy. Boy, we out here doing it serious. Y'all watch this.
Twist that I bet no one is thinking about. Well, here's an interesting little twist that I bet no one is thinking about regarding the new criminal referrals that just came across DOJ regarding the Obama era officials, Obama, Clapper, Brennan, Susan Rice, etc. 2 months ago, President Donald Trump appointed Judge Jeanine Pirro as U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. Now, Judge Jeanine has an impeccable record in New York State, not only as a prosecutor, but as a judge. And she and Donald Trump go way back. They're friends, and he trusts her. Now, the U.S. Attorney General in Washington, D.C. is a very powerful position. It has a dual role. So not only does it oversee local crimes in Washington, D.C., but it also oversees federal crimes that might have happened in Washington, D.C., i.e. politicians, intelligence officials, etc. So this puts Judge Jeanine Pirro in the direct line of indictments should they come down. I find that extremely interesting because she's a shark. Interesting little.
Uh-oh, don't look too good in the hood, do it. Don't look too good in the hood. Man, oh man, oh man. See, here's the thing, fam. Here's the thing. They want Black Americans to protect them. See, everybody's lost their Black Americans are going to protect me past. See, the African American will protect you, but foundational Black Americans, we ain't doing none of that. So it's starting to look more and more like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. That's going to be a bad situation. Because, I mean, if y'all think about it, if you really want to go there and be real, let's be real now. If you really want to talk about it, Barack Obama has been the one who has suffered the most from delineation. Delineation essentially ruined Barack Obama. I'm talking about inside out. His career is over with. Because you got to understand this, and I was just having this conversation earlier. When you start talking about Barack Obama, he has now been put in a position where he's extremely racially homeless. And I'm going to tell you why he's racially homeless, okay? Barack Obama had the opportunity to do things for Black Americans, and we would have had his back. If Barack Obama would have just did the smallest thing for Black Americans, we would have helped him down. But remember, he wanted to come in and be an African-American Kenyan and tell us he can't do nothing for us at all. Remember that, y'all. So since he told us he can't do nothing for us, and more Black folks were unalive during his presidency than anybody else's, and he sat back and he sang Al Green to us, Black Americans said, okay, done with you. You're blocked. And when we blocked Obama, FBA ain't got his back. So his name is dirt in these streets. Remember, FBA are the ones who made Obama's name dirt in the street. Now let's flip it. All of the liberals, they've turned on Barack Obama. Yes, the liberals look at Barack Obama now as a failure. Because one, they can't get a third election out of Barack Obama. See, liberals only use Black Americans for political gain. As a matter of fact, 99% of your interactions with W's are going to be politically motivated. I'm here to tell you, it's not because you're nice. It's not because you're your friend. It's not because they really care about you. Any interaction with the W is going to be based on your political status and how you can politically benefit them. W's only befriend Black folks for political reasons. I'm here to break everybody's heart who doesn't want to believe that. All right. They don't give a damn about you. They don't care about your mom. They don't care about your dad. They don't even care if you live. W's only befriend Black folks, only care about Black folks, only even look at Black folks if it has something political to go. How do you know this? Tell me you've ever seen a Republican who's a W who likes a Black person who's a Democrat. Tell me if you've ever seen a W who's a Democrat who likes a Black person who's a Republican. They only deal with us based on political benefits. That is it. If it ain't political, they don't give a damn. So liberals now are looking at Barack Obama and saying, we can't get a third election out of you, so you're expendable. And you cannot go get black folks to vote for us. So you're double expendable. So if you notice within the last year, liberals, and I mean liberals, they have turned on Barack Obama. If you go watch what liberals are saying about Barack Obama, it sounds like it's coming from MAGA, but it ain't MAGA. It's Democrats. It's white W Democrats who are saying these terrible things about Obama. They sound like MAGA folks. So Barack cannot go to the liberals. He can't come to Black America. Conservatives have never liked him. If you notice Barack Obama, he's been more and more quiet. He's been more and more hush-hush. He came out talking about the districts with Jasmine Crockett, and she ended up still getting redistricted. So they look at him as powerless. They look at him as super powerless. They're like, damn, you did not save Jasmine Crockett. You cannot get black folks to vote. You ain't got no benefit. Again, W's only deal with black folks based on what they can politically get from you. W liberals cannot get anything political from Barack Obama, so he's expendable. Conservatives say, we don't like you anyway because you was an N-word president and we never dealt with you in the first place. Black Americans are saying, well, we can't do anything for you because here in America, we don't have things that are just specific to black people. You know, we do for all people. Well, all people don't want you around no damn more. And the final straw was that little thing you tried to pull during the damn election. So Barack Obama is racially homeless right now, which makes him ripe for the pickings and for Donald Trump to say, now it's time to come get you. Let's talk about some of these laws. If y'all remember, just 3 weeks ago, Kristi Noem came out and she said that they had actually caught Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton doing, not matter of fact, it wasn't Kristi Noem, excuse me. It was, what's the lady's name from Hawaii? I forget her name. She was doing all the bidding for him. Kristi Noem came out and she said that she was going to take all the Democrats and prosecute them if they get in the way of ICE. I forget the lady's name. If y'all remember, she was the lady from Hawaii. She was a Democrat. Now she's a Republican. However, she came out and she said that she's got evidence of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama sabotaging and recording Donald Trump during their last time in office. So family, now it looks like it's lightweight right for the picking for them folks to come and go ahead and get them. Tulsi Gabbard, there you go. Tulsi Gabbard came out and she said, I got evidence. And Donald Trump threw a press conference. Donald Trump had a whole press conference and he was like, they did some terrible crimes. So Donald Trump, what thing I know about Donald Trump? Donald Trump sets seeds. And you got to watch Donald Trump. You guys remember what we're talking about with the sanctuary cities in Chicago and all that stuff? They laid the seeds for those way back in the springtime. And now it's all starting to blossom. They were laying the seeds for a possible prosecution of Barack Obama and also with Kamala Harris losing her thing. Do y'all know that Joe Biden extended the Secret Service protection of Kamala Harris? And today, Donald Trump revoked it. Yeah. Joe Biden, well, whoever wrote it for Joe, because y'all know Joe don't know where he's at. Joe Biden ended up writing that and giving her the extra protection. Donald Trump came on top of that and he revoked it. So he's petty. He lays seeds and 3-4 months later, you see what he was getting at. This is what they're putting out there right now, fam, with Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. I'm not lying. Check this out. I believe that they're setting up something big so they can get these people, fam. I'm just keeping it real. Yep, Tulsi Gabbard. Yep, watch this. There you go, y'all. Look at that right there. You see it? I see it. Y'all think they playing? Y'all think these folks is playing? No, they not playing, y'all. No, they not playing. It's about to get real. I'm just being real. If you slowly start to hear more stuff coming out about Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton, they setting up for some prosecution. And you just heard that W. Karen right there, the way she laid it out. That W. Karen, she basically came out and said, I got some evidence. I got some stuff that's going to prove some things. I got some things that are going to be pretty clear. So, I mean, I'm just saying, family, what you going to do? What are you going to do? And they got more pictures, fam, and they all are depicting Barack Obama in jail. I'm telling you, Barack, you should have listened to FBA. Black Americans voted for you. Black Americans put you in office, and you did things for everybody else. Everybody. You just come out a couple weeks ago talking about something. Yeah, you need to get with somebody who's rainbow. And if they're a rainbow person, then, you know, it might make you a better person. So he's coming out here doing that. Look at this one. Y'all gonna laugh at this one. Look at this. They put this out of Barack Obama as well. Look at that. I'm telling you, I was on the conservative side of social media. Same way I dip on over to the liberal side and see what they hitting for. And I kept seeing these out there, y'all. And then I woke up and seeing that Kamala got her Secret Service revoked after Joe Biden extended it. It looked like Donald Trump is getting it already, because Donald Trump know he got almost now about 3 years. 3 years left, and it's about to boil down. It's about to boil down. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's probably that auto pen. You right. You right. There's probably auto pen and all that kind of stuff. A damn auto pen. And fam, you can see now that it's really basically showing Barack Obama, you on your own. You alienated us, fam. The world now is starting to get that karma for alienating foundational Black Americans. We ain't did nothing but hold people down. You know what I'm saying? Like what L. Cool J say on In Too Deep, I just want to be there for you, dog. I just want to be there for you, dog. That's it. You know what I'm saying? We just wanted to hold people down and keep it real, all the way real. It's going to be a buck, but y'all turned on us, so now you got to get what you got to get. This is what we was talking about right here, fam, when this came out. This information came out, and people was like, damn, watch this. Here we go.
Thank you, Tulsi. And we do want to take questions on this topic while the director has time for this topic. She will leave. I'm happy to take questions on other matters after that. But if anyone has questions for Director Gabbard, you're welcome to ask them. We'll start with our new media seat as always. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Gabbard, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former
The
President
evidence,
Obama?
correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are
Fam, are you being real right now? This is what's really hitting for in the United States. Remember, Donald Trump always puts the seeds down. So this was about a month ago, I think. If he said this a month ago, trust and believe, they brewing all of this and you won't see the final telltale until I'd say October. October, he was basically saying I was warming y'all up.
multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact.
Ed, go ahead.
Director Gabbard, thank you. So just in two questions, but to begin on that. The president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I'm not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
The Senate Intelligence Committee spent several years looking into this and unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion. Secretary.
Damn, do y'all hear the language? She talking about treason. Barack, you don't want that. She talking about conspiracy. Barack, you don't want that. And I'm going to tell you, who going to help you? Roland Martin? is Roland going to help you? D.L. Hughley going to help you? Ricky Smiley going to help you? You know what's going to happen, fam? Let all this come out. Let these be seeds. Let them come out and say, yeah, we got you, Barack Obama. And Barack Obama comes to Black Americans and he says, Black Americans, will you help me? You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say, that's not how we do it in America. We don't help people just specifically. We do it for all Americans. So for all Americans, I can't help you specifically, Barack. Good luck in that jail cell. That's what it is. And he under stress. I seen a video just the other day. It was a liberal woman. And she was like, where you at, Barack? Where you at? I seen him saying, where's Kamala? Kamala and Barack Obama have taken the biggest hits and the biggest falls ever. Think about that. The two Tether vice president presidents that they put in front of us, foundational Black Americans got rid of them. Think about it, y'all. FBA ruined both of them simultaneously the same exact time in the same exact year. Remember, we ruined Kamala Harris, mollywop, landslide, lost the election. We got the whole world saying she ain't Black. Barack Obama tried to pull that go vote stuff. We shut him down. So we did that basically in 1 year. Actually, we did that, quite frankly, within a matter of months. The last year has been, just us laughing on top of the process. So we ruined both of the Tether presidents, wannabe presidents, and we got them out the paint. Now everybody's starting to get the message, all right? FBA runs the yard. And when I say we run the yard, fam, it ain't even close at this point. Everybody's behind foundational Black Americans, and they just got to deal with it. They got to accept it. They got to acknowledge it, because we are here for real, for real. And they got a lot of things coming out. And I'm telling you, this is just what I've been seeing, y'all. I'm just going to show you what I see, and I'm only here to report it. Check this out. They put this out, and I was laughing something serious, y'all. Look at this. Look at this right here. Voila, voila, voila. Why they got to be petty like that, though? Why they got to be petty? They got Joe Biden. He said, we can run away to Kenya. I hear you have family there. Shut up, Joe. Damn. Maybe Rwanda. Maybe Uganda. Matter of fact, y'all remember after the election, everybody was saying that Barack Obama was going to flee any damn way. So maybe he does need to go back to Kenya. But y'all notice the emphasis on go back to Kenya. You got family there. Foundational Black Americans been telling everybody that he ain't like us. Yeah, so I guess he's going to have to go run to where all of the African Americans are, because the foundational Black Americans ain't going to do no helping. So I guess you're going to have to go run back to your people, you know, the ones that you want to do something for, because you can't do nothing specifically for us. I guess you're going to have to go run back to all of them people that you allowed to flood into the United States of America, because foundational Black Americans have been calling all of y'all out. You can always go back home. That's exactly what it is. You can go back home and you can roam, but you got to get the F up out of here. That's what it is. So family, when we send in Barack Obama home, easy work. When we send in Kamala Harris home, easy work, and we still standing on certified business, what the hell do you expect is going to happen next? This is easy right now. This is winning in style right now. We ain't listening to Tethers. We don't care what they got to say. They can talk, but they ain't getting no attention paid. They can speak, but ain't nobody listening. They can run their mouth and they can babble, but the only people listening are folks on TikTok Tether. And like we seen earlier, fam, now they're saying that these individuals are pointing the finger at each other. So y'all pointing the finger at each other. Y'all telling on each other. You're upset with each other. Sounds like it's a wrap for y'all. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like y'all ain't got nothing going for yourself, and you better go ahead and find someone else, because FBA ain't rocking with you by no damn means. That's terrible. That's just a horrible, horrible situation to be in. And I wouldn't know what it's like, because, again, I blocked all your asses. It's a wrap. Fam, we ain't paying these people no never mind. We ain't paying them no attention. And don't it feel great? Don't it feel lovely? We tell everybody that we are doing what we want to do, and they're trying to do what they can do. And right now, what I see what they can do, and I'm being honest, they can pack their bags and they can flee. You're going to see more people fleeing. You're going to see more people getting snatched up. You're going to see more deportation videos, and you might even see some politicians get wrapped. The protection that these people thought they had from FBA does not exist. The EBT cards that they thought that they were going to get from FBA does not exist. Hell, the EBT cards they was getting from the government don't exist. So you have Tethers who have no money, they have no dollars, they have no grace, they have no citizenship. So the only thing left is deportation, and you might end up in the jail cell all the way around the world, but you're not going to be right here. And remember, all of those Democrats and liberals that were always out there singing and dancing and hooting and hollering, trying to get FBA involved, family, FBA is winning right now. But let me tell you who is out there protecting the Tethers. Tethers, you don't have FBA. Tethers, you don't have us watching. But let me tell y'all who you do have. You should be thankful, Tethers, because you got the Mayo Choir, and the Mayo Choir has a song for all of the Tethers. FBA wins, y'all. Always have.
Took back what he stole from us. Took it back, took back. Took it back.
Our humanity.
Well, we
went house and he took back what he stole from us.
took it back.
Took back our dignity.
Sing, y'all. Took it back.
Took back our humanity.
And now we're out in the streets. Out in the streets. Out in the streets. Yeah. Out in the streets. From.
This is who you got, Tethers. This is who's protecting y'all. You wanted FBA, and you ended up getting a nursing home.
Took it back, took back. Took it back.
Our humanity.
Well, we
went down to the rich man's house and we Took back what he stole from us.
Took it back.
Took back our dignity.
Sing, y'all. Took it back.
Took back our humanity.
And now we're out in the streets. 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 Yeah. Out in the streets. Out in the streets. Out in the
Oh, y'all asses is going home. Y'all all getting deported. If this is your last line of defense, if this is your gang, you going home. Y'all see why they needed you on TikTok? You see why they made 1 million videos? You see why they said y'all next? They said all of that because they knew FBA were the only ones who could save them. They knew FBA were the only ones who could stop deportation. And without FBA, they was going to be left with the bingo club. They was going to be left with bingo. And bingo, you still got to go. Y'all are in trouble. I'm talking about Mr. Pedro. Your ass getting deported. Mr. Mutombo, your ass getting deported. Mr. Tonto, you getting deported. If this is all you have to protect you, then I will see you in Rwanda and Ghana and Uganda with your mama. And FBA gonna be right here. And the Mayo Brigade got a song for you.
back what he stole from us. Took it back, took back. Took it back.
Our humanity.
Well, we
went down to the rich man's house and we took back what he stole from us.
took it back.
Our dignity.
Sing, y'all. Took it back.
Back our humanity.
And now we're out in the streets. Out in the streets. Out in the out in the streets.
I think he broke his hip. He broke his hip. He can't move like that. Out in those
And now we're out in the streets. Out in the streets. Out in the streets. Yeah. Out in the streets. Ain't gonna let
no fascist take.
Damn, you gonna take your dentures out and take it back. There they go. Family, this is what they got. It's over with for everybody. Foundational Black Americans win. We ain't listening. We ain't paying attention. You've been blocked. We ain't dealing with your projections. You've been rejected. You blocked. We ain't got nothing to say to nobody. Only thing we do is action. See, we people of action. They may be about babbling. They may be about ranting, talking, but ain't nobody paying them no never mind. Foundational Black Americans is focused on that bag, okay? They got the bingo choir, okay? They singing immigration songs, all right? They done for. Barack going to jail. Kamala done. Everybody album flopping, crashing out. And FBA are exactly where foundational Black Americans deserve to be, right exactly where we own and right exactly where I said we would be. Right here on top, and it feel good be top, and we watching everybody. And the block game is so strong, y'all. Everybody's picking up on it. When I tell y'all, this is the reparations generation, and the reparations generation is not age oriented. See, we've been moving different. This ain't a political or an organizational or group movement. This is the lineage movement, right? This is not about a generation of age groups where what decade were you born? If you are living, breathing, on code, certified, with the emphasis on certified foundational Black American, then you're a part of the reparations generation. So we removed all of that. And also we ain't got no leaders. It's the code. So when you talk about the code being the leader, us being a lineage and not a group, and us being certified, qualified, bona fide, verified, that brings it all the way back home, and home is where we are. Family, the generation is strong, and even Auntie is out there saying, block them damn Africans, block them damn Jamaicans, them Haitians, block them all. Pedro, gots to go. Belgrande, gots to go. you know, like I know, this is a different era when Auntie show up and she say her block game is strong. Watch this, y'all. This is exactly what we talk about when we say that this is our era. We winning and we enjoying it with fashion. Check it out.
Hey fam, listen. Have you joined Block Party 2025 yet? Listen, I told you I was overhearing all of that. Join Block Party 2025. They're making money off of you. How you like that? They're making money off of you. Block Party 2025. You're the reason why they remain relevant if you haven't joined in yet. It's been too long with this. So let's move on. I thought we've done this already. Block Party 2025. It's enough already. It's enough. I've had enough. Block them. All of them. You know who I'm talking about. You know who. Auntie loves you. I'm feeling better and I will talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Damn. When Auntie say she tired of you, it's a wrap. When Auntie said she blocking you, you blocked. When Auntie say it's over, it is over. Ain't no coming back. Tell us one more time, beloved.
Hey fam, listen. Have you joined Block Party 2025 yet? Listen, I told you I was overhearing all of that. Join Block Party 2025. They're making money off of you. How you like that? They're making money off of you. Block Party 2025. You're the reason why they remain relevant if you haven't joined in yet. It's been too long with this. So let's move on. I thought we've done this already. Block Party 2025. It's enough already. It's enough. I've had enough. Block them. All of them. You know who I'm talking about. You know who. Auntie loves you. I'm feeling better and I will talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You got to love it. You got to love it. You got to love it. Loving the energy, family. Loving the energy, loving the vibe, loving the era, and loving us. And we love each other so much, family, that we ain't got no time for anybody else's words. See, when you love yourself and you focus on yourself and you better in yourself like we all do, we don't have time for negative energy. We're all about positive energy. And that's really what it is, fam. Foundational Black Americans, we're very, very positive people. We're out here putting out positive vibes. We're standing on positive business. We're trying to better ourselves, better our era, better our generation, and better every single thing. These other people don't understand that because these other people want what we have. Family, you're a negative individual if you want what someone else has. You're a negative individual if you can't get it on your own. You're a negative individual if you out here upset at Block Party Auntie. Shout out to her. See, we are out here creating something so beautiful and so powerful because it's based on love. And when I say it's based on love, it's not love for them, those, and they. It's love for self. Every answer is within you. You the question and the answer. What's the question? How great can we be? What's the answer? As great as we want to be. One more time. The question is how great can we be? And the answer is as great as you want to be. And I got all my certifieds with me. And you know, family, not even the damn sky's the limit. So we're going to continue to block everybody. When I say block, I'm not just talking about social media. I'm talking about blocking these people's negative vibes, their negative frequencies, their negative energies. Anything that's negative, we blocking them. Because FBA, we're the only positive people right now in the world. That's why everybody else is running around here with frowns. They're upset. They started fights. Y'all seen what just happened out there the other day at that school, and you see the way the dominant society is tripping over that situation. There's going to be another one and another one and another one, and they're going to always have these battles because they come from the culture of hatred. They come from a culture of negativity. We come from a culture of positivity. We get rid of people who come around us with bad energy. If you got a bad vibe, what do you say? Get the hell out of here. My mama has a doormat. And as soon as you walk in my mama's house and it says, check your energy at the door. Black American people all have them damn doormats because we're energetic, vibrational people based on positivity and based on love. But no longer is the love going outwardly, it's inwardly. And when I say inwardly, I'm talking about you, I'm talking about me, I'm talking about Auntie, I'm talking about blocking them, I'm talking about standing on business and pushing all of those principles, fam, and pushing all the haters to the side. And right now, they on the ground, crashed out, can't even see them. They are wrapped. We are winning at a fast, ferocious, furious speed. We're moving so far, family. Things are getting done within 30 days that used to take us 60 days. Things are getting done in 30 seconds that used to take us 60 seconds. Fam, we are phenomenal. And you got to love it. This is a beautiful time frame, a beautiful era, and we're beautiful people, and we're representing it. So continue to stand on that good energy. Continue to remove all the negative vibrations that come around you. And just know your brother and your sister on your left and your right-hand side are going to be doing the same thing. When you put all that together, y'all, you got us. You got us, man. It is a beautiful world, and we beautiful people. As a matter of fact, it's the most beautiful world, and we are the most beautiful people. Don't be upset. Don't be mad, and don't feel shameful, fam, to always put you're the best or we're the most in front of everything. I don't give a damn. We're the most beautiful, the most luxurious. We have the most passion, the most skill, the most talent. We're out here holding it down, doing it in the best way, the greatest way. If it's FBA, then it's the greatest. If it's ABK, then it's knocking on your door, Tether, and you can't outrun it. Love y'all with a passion. Certified salute. It's been good having an FBA block party with y'all on a Friday night. It is 12 on the dot. Appreciate it, man. Saturday is here. You guys go have a great weekend, man. Y'all go out there, go have some fun, drink you some damn sweet tea or some lemonade, go exercise, go get you some UVA rays, man. Remember, y'all, the sun is always shining on us and everybody else is out there in the cold, y'all. You feel me? So go enjoy your weekend, man. Go have fun, y'all. Can't wait to see you guys on Tuesday, y'all. By the way, we're going to get that Zoom chat popping. Do not forget it. We've been getting the scheduling right because we're going to do it. We're going to do it right. It ain't going to be half-assed. So we're going to get all that situated, and that'll be going down here in a few days. I'll talk to some heavyweights. So it's going to be great, y'all. So I've not forgot about y'all. Got every single email that you've ever sent me, and we're going to do it the great way. Amen. Much love, respect, man. Y'all go have a great weekend, man. I love y'all beautiful people. I love y'all. It's my pleasure. It's my honor, man, to even know y'all. It's beautiful, man. I love it. I'm here for it. So y'all stay good. Y'all stay great. Y'all stay vigilant. We done had us a real block party up in here tonight. And like we always say, rest in peace and happy birthday to the greatest of all damn time, Michael Jackson. Much love and respect. We always got your back over here. Yes, we do, Mike. We always got your back. Damn what anybody else says. Damn what they think. And like we said, they're irrelevant anyway. It's all about us. So much love and respect and happy birthday. Certified salute, man. You guys go out and have a great weekend. I cannot wait to see you guys again this week. And we're going to turn this thing all the way up. So y'all stay good. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. And always remember, no matter what you do, no matter where you go, and no matter where you at, that Black is beautiful and certified Black is always beautiful. Black, BLACK, certified. Peace and love. Free human.
Black Alpha Network. Home of Black excellence. Power to the people.